Honorable guests, welcome to the 2021 Yidan Prize Summit. Our event will commence in about 3 minutes. At this time, we invite you to take your seats and please turn your mobile phones to vibrate or silent mode before we begin today's program. To comply with COVID-19 requirements, we kindly ask that you keep your mask on unless you're eating or drinking. We've prepared sanitizing wipes and mask covers on each table for your convenience. Also, a kind reminder that if you take photos today, please keep your masks on for the photos. Thank you very much. We'll see you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you here in the ballroom in Hong Kong, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those online who are joining us from around the world. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2021 Yidan Prize Summit. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Desmond So, and I'm delighted to be your Master of Ceremony today. We are gathered here because we all believe in the power of education. 2 years into the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen immense disruption to education around the world. How can we find solutions to the biggest challenges of our times, and how can we make the world better through education? Today's summit gathers policymakers, educational practitioners, innovators, philanthropists, and business leaders from around the globe to discuss solutions to these challenges. Now, before we start the event today, I would just like to go over a few housekeeping matters. The first one applies to those of us in Hong Kong only. As mentioned earlier, to comply with COVID-19 requirements, we invite all of you to keep your masks on unless you're eating and drinking. There have been sanitizing wipes and mask covers provided on your tables for your usage. And if you take photos today, we do invite that you keep your mask on for those photos. If you're active on social media, of course, we encourage you to post lots of pictures with friends and colleagues today. Please use the hashtag 2021 Yidan Prize Summit and tag us on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, as well as WeChat. I'll give you that hashtag once again. It's hashtag 2021 Yidan Prize Summit. Last but not least, please ask lots of questions today. we're delighted to welcome speakers from around the world. Due to time differences, some panels have been pre-recorded, but you'll still have a chance to pose questions to some of our speakers in our live Q&A sessions. For those in Hong Kong, please ask questions using the QR code, which is on the back of your program. Just scan that QR code on the back of the program, and you'll be led to a questions page. For those joining live stream, a link will be shared online. Now, please sit back and enjoy today's program. We hope you'll have a wonderful time with us in the next few hours. To kick the afternoon off, we'd like to show you a brief video which will tell you more about the Yidan Prize Foundation, as well as the amazing work of our laureates. Please enjoy.
We started the Yidan Prize to create a better world through education. If we want people to live longer, healthier, safer lives, we need quality education for all. Every year, our independent judging committee reviews nominations for individuals and teams who are shaping the future of education. Like our judges, these nominees come from a wide range of backgrounds and specialisms, and from all over the world. We award 2 prizes annually. For education research, our judges highlight work that explores the theory of learning, so educators can understand different approaches through a methodical lens. And in education development, they look for laureates that enrich the practice of learning, new methods, and new ways to make education more widespread and champion techniques that work. We focus on these areas because research and development work closely together, constantly reinforcing each other and revealing new paths to explore. We award our laureates a cash prize and a project fund so we can help their great work ripple around the globe. We proudly support projects that include exploring how our minds learn from our earliest days, bringing quality education to the most remote, rural parts of South America and beyond, transforming how we teach and learn by taking a scientific approach, and keeping millions of girls in African schools, building communities that continually reinvest in female education. We believe in the power of our community too. That's why we've created our Council of Luminaries. We're bringing together leading lights in education to collaborate and use their collective voice. Experts in play-based learning, neuroscience, statistics, economics, and psychology. They're challenging established wisdom and rigorously testing what we know, or think we know, about teaching and learning. They remind us that education is a right, not a privilege, and that we can and must do more to reach every learner, including the most marginalized. Our luminaries also show us how we can partner with governments, philanthropists, civil society, service providers, and beyond to make today's innovations into tomorrow's systemic changes. Together, we're drawing attention to work that's breaking cycles of exclusion, poverty, and narrow views of what's possible, and creating cycles of security, success, and unlimited potential. All of which shows that when we champion bright ideas, we really can create a better world through education.
Dr. Charles Chen Yidan established the Yidan Prize in 2016 to create a better world through education. At this time, please join me in welcoming Dr. Chen, founder of the Yidan Prize, to come on stage to make his opening remarks. Dr. Chen.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, A very good afternoon to you. A warm welcome to our guests joining us online around the world, and to our guests here in person in Hong Kong. I'm delighted we can be together. The Yidan's mission is to create a better world through education. We are now in our 5th year and have awarded 11 Yidan Prize laureates. Last year, we established our Council of Luminaries, bringing together some of the brightest minds from fields like psychology, economics, early childhood, and statistics. Their work supports ideas and practices which have the power to positively change lives for millions of learners around the world. It's hard to talk about education today without talking about COVID-19. We are coming together to discuss creative solutions to the challenges which the pandemic has highlighted. Challenges such as learning losses, social inequality, and the impact on mental well-being. And we will discuss solutions which clearly place the learner at the heart of education. A kind of practical, measurable steps can we take to do that? Our distinguished speakers will explore solutions for the road ahead. I would like to share 3 points to note. First, we have an opportunity to reimagine the future of education and truly transform it to meet the needs of the next generation. The pandemic has brought many problems into sharp relief, but these problems are not new. Now is the time to adjust them, to rethink our education systems. UNESCO released a report in November. This report gathered the opinions of more than 1 million people and educational experts from all over the world, including our Council of Luminaries. It calls for deep reflection on what kind of society we want to build. A society where every child has access to education, to schools that are inclusive and innovative, to teachers who are determined to help every child learn. To my second point, in order to achieve this, research and practice show that we need to place learners at the heart of education. We will hear from Dr. Rukmini Banerjee on Platham's mission. Every child in school and learning well, and learn how they have improved learning outcomes by starting at the learner's level. In her work, we see effective child-centered solutions at scale. We see that by learning essential skills at the right level, children can make meaningful progress in school and in life. Third, innovations have the potential to accelerate educational progress. Learning through play is one such innovative approach. When children learn through play, they are active, curious, and free to explore. These experiences translate into skills such as critical thinking, collaboration, and confidence needed to navigate the future, we need to enrich the learning experiences of young people and help them develop these skills needed for the workforces of the future. Schools, teachers, parents, and society must play an active role. With their support, we can create a child-friendly environment for playful learning and take place within and beyond the classrooms. But of course, for many classrooms and schools have been closed due to the pandemic, and students are still affected by partial or full school closures. Learning losses and the long-term impact of those losses will affect workforces and economies globally for many years to come. Professor Eric Hanashek's work is an example of innovative research that connects education and economics. His work shows that teachers play a critical role in learning outcomes, and they will have a huge impact in bridging these learning losses. Quality teachers and education will continue to be essential for the growth and development of economies in the future. Let's reimagine the future. A future where teachers and schools place learners at the heart of education. A future where innovations bring real and impactful change. This is a future we can create, and a world we will all be very happy to be part of. Together, we can create a better world through education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chen, for your warm welcome. We will have a total of 4 panels today, each of which includes a 15-minute live Q&A. If you'd like to join the conversation, once again, please ask your questions by scanning the QR code on the back of your program booklet for those of you in the ballroom here. And for those joining online, please click on the link in the chat box or comment section to submit your questions. And remember, you can submit your questions at any time during the panel. Our first panel will focus on how we can put effective education policy into action. Let me first introduce our speakers for this pre-recorded session. Professor Eric Hanashek is the Paul and Jean Hanna Senior Fellow at the Hoover Institution of Stanford University. He is internationally recognized for his economic analysis of educational issues and is the 2021 Yidan Prize for Education Research Laureate. Mr. Jaime Saavedra leads the Education Global Practice at the World Bank Group. He served as Peru's Minister of Education from 2013 through 2016. Professor Ludger Versman is director of the IFO Center for the Economics of Education and professor of economics at the University of Munich. He's also distinguishing visiting fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. Our moderator for this panel is Ms. Barbara Bruns. She's adjunct professor at Georgetown University and joined the Center for Global Development as a visiting fellow in late 2015. Prior to that, as a lead education economist at the World Bank, she specialized in Latin American education and rigorous evaluation of education programs. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Bruns.
Rick, you know, when you completed your MIT PhD, I think really most economists were interested in macroeconomics topics, and that was really the route to academic prestige. What got you started working on education?
Well, I think that the prime motivation for my working in economics in the first place was to try to do things that help society and help people do better. And I wasn't sure how best to do that. I thought macroeconomics was maybe a little bit far removed from actually having an impact on people's lives. But when I was looking for a thesis topic, there was a major US study that came out called the Coleman Report that had the overwhelming conclusion that schools didn't matter. And I was sitting there and said, how could that possibly be? This sounds just crazy to me, because we spend a huge amount of money on our schools and everybody believes that schools are important. How could it be that they don't matter? And that got me into studying what it was about schools that did have an impact. I should say at the outset that the Coleman team that found that schools didn't matter was right in one sense. The measured attributes of schools that they looked at to count for the quality of schools didn't matter. It wasn't how many laboratories they had or how much experience the teachers had. Those things were not consistently related to student achievement, but subsequently found first that schools had a big impact on kids, and it came through high quality teachers. And teachers were hard to measure what their attributes were and who was going to be most effective. But once you did that, you saw that schools were really important. So from this sort of accidental beginning, I just got on a path to try to figure out more about how we could improve our schools and what the impact of schools was on kids. And so that's how I got here today.
And I know these messages from Rick's work really resonate with you, Jaime. I mean, you've called on him to advise on the 2018 World Development Report. He's been, a speaker at many World Bank conferences on teacher quality, among other topics. So, is there anything particular about him or his work that gets him so much attention from the World Bank?
I think I can go back a little bit in time, and Barbara, because I bought Rick's book. Maybe he doesn't even remember it. His 1994 book, Making Schools Work. When I was just finishing my my dissertation on economics of education, essays on Peru, and so since then I've been looking at Rick's work. And actually, for me, a fundamental point is that there are many ways of measuring education quality. It's not easy. So it's a field that since then has continued growing and will continue as a critical field. But then that focus on teachers, right? And what are those characteristics of teachers that really matter? I think that has been absolutely fundamental in terms of the work of us economists working on education and in showing that education matters for growth. And that also came in the much later book with Lugar on the Knowledge Capital of Nations, showing that education quality is critical for economic growth. So actually, all that body of research for showing that education quality, that teachers is what matters, that education quality matters, that teachers is what matters, and then that has an impact on economic growth. I think that has been absolutely fundamental in order to position education as a key factor to determine the welfare of nations.
Absolutely. But all of that has been really jeopardized over the last 2 years with the pandemic. And Ludger, you and Rick were among the first economists to start really trying to analyze the economic impact of COVID-19. So I'd like you to say something a little bit about where things stand in terms of your findings on that. And then I know the World Bank under Jaime has been doing a lot to try to see who's really doing the best job of managing the education crisis due to COVID, and what lessons we're learning from countries that are doing better than others. So first, Rick and Ludger.
Yeah, I guess it's indeed a case where we just continuously learning where we stand. So the point is, pandemic meant school closures, but it also meant beyond that a lot of disruptions for kids. So we will expect some learning losses there. That's the first part. And then the second part is how would learning losses affect economic losses? And I think on the first one, we are actually still at the place where we don't know too much, and it depends on lots of things. There's very few good data sets, very few good studies, because most of the testing that could tell us has been discontinued during the pandemic. And then if they're resumed, you had huge non-participation, particularly of poorly performing students that can strongly bias what you find. There's one very good study from the Netherlands that I know of, and there's actually, I know many studies, but of different quality. And so they have very specific data where they can look at the learning gains of the students really like from just before to just after the closures, and they just had 8 weeks of closures. And what they find is that primary school students there lost equivalent of about a fifth of a years of learning. And that's really basically the whole period during which the schools were closed in the Netherlands. And I guess most countries had much longer school closures, and so we should expect bigger losses there. But then it also depends on many other things. So for example, they show that it depends on parental education, and many studies have shown that like the family background is important. If you're learning at home, like if your parents can help you more, that will be much less of a problem. Our German evidence that we looked at also indicates another dimension where it's important, and that's students' prior achievement. So if you do distance schooling, learning at home, the one thing that's missing is the teacher in the room. And then we just heard how important teacher quality is, but if they are just gone, maybe high achieving students will be okay in doing like self-regulated learning. But if you are like, it's hard for you to understand. And what all the school is doing is telling you, look at the textbook, read the page, and then do the exercises. Even if they are motivated, they may read the textbook, don't understand it, and it's the end of it. That's where teachers would generally come in. And so what we see is that losses will be much larger for low achieving students. So it's the disadvantaged students in general who will be more hurt. But
I have to say, Ludger, that, when you talk about 8 weeks of school closure, I mean, most of the countries Jaime is working with have had almost 2 years of school closures, and absolutely no ability for students to receive online support because those resources aren't there. So at a global level, the problem is just enormous. But Jaime, maybe rather than sit here and all cry, maybe if you can point to any lessons or bright spots in developing.
Ludger is absolutely right on two things. First, that we don't have a lot of data because actually many countries are not willing to measure because they're going to get really bad news because the impact on this generation might be gigantic. And as you say, in the global south, we have many countries that have been between 1 and 2 years out of school. We have only little data actually, but we have some already for Brazil, for instance, for rural India, that actually point to an entire year lost in terms of learning. So, and we're really worried, and the point that Ludger was making is on inequality, right? Because actually the hit has not been the same for everyone. So we see vast differences between the rich and the poor, right? And the bottom 50 in even middle-income countries had no access whatsoever to any remote education, right? So there is a difference across the income scale. There's a difference because younger kids it was much more difficult to receive any type of remote education. The role of the teacher is even more important in preschool and in primary. And finally, there's a huge inequality if we compare this generation with the previous and the next one, right? So unless we do something really today, and that's not a metaphor, today really means today, right? The impact on this generation might be gigantic. But in terms of bright spots, obviously, we need to close the digital divide. That's critical. But the thing that we have learned is actually that education is about human interaction. And education is about that relationship, that interaction between the student and the teacher. And again, goes back to the originals, Rick's research, right? That is the teacher and teacher's quality, what really matters for education. And if that was not evident, well, now with the pandemic is really evident. So actually the support today, technology is important. We need to do some stuff there, but actually the key factor is to support teachers today in terms of what they can do in the classroom today in order to try to recover the learning that has been lost or missed during this last 1 year, or in some cases, unfortunately, even 2 years in the global south.
Barbara, could I just add one thing?
Sure, of course. The Yidan laureate can add whenever he wants.
I find the discussions of learning losses to be very frustrating, particularly in the United States, but in other places. In the United States, there's a mention that kids have been out of school, but the main focus of macroeconomists has been on, is this a recession like all other recessions? Are we getting unemployment down as fast as in prior recessions? And what's going on in the labor market and with firm closures and so forth? And these have missed the fact that this is not a normal recession, because in normal recessions, we don't close the schools. This has a long-run impact that is multiple times the cost of the unemployment that has been caused by COVID. And yet macroeconomists in the media have paid very little attention to that aspect of it. And I just reinforce what Jaime says, that now is the time. If we don't do something about it, this generation has been scarred and will pay the price of it for a long time, but nations will also pay the price, because the labor forces of nations are going to take a hit in terms of the quality of their workers in the future.
And that's actually really what Rick's prior work and then our joint work has also quantified, if you just think about it. So what we get, if you do rough projections based on past experiences of how important skills are for long-run growth, if just the current school cohort loses a third of a school year, that was what we talked about beforehand, long-run GDP until the end of the century will be 1.5% lower on average. But if you go to a whole year, like Jaime was just saying, it's basically it's going to be somewhere between 4 and 5%. And if it's 2 years, it's going to be as much bigger. So these are really big numbers. And the individual costs for the ones who are affected individually going to be even stronger. Their income losses will be tremendous.
And just one quick point on that. I mean, the numbers that we have calculated, for instance, in terms of loss of future earnings of this generation is about, in the global south, about $17 trillion, which is a gigantic number. And that's the income losses for this generation. That's not what Ludger is saying, what is the impact on growth of economies in general. But the key point here is that there is not enough internalization, right, by the whole macro financial complex, right, about the magnitude of this crisis. Not only the crisis today, but the impacts that this crisis might have in terms of future productivity, future welfare, and future growth. I think we are, as societies in general, we're not really taking this seriously in terms of the potential gigantic impact that this might have in the future.
So let's try to, think about what are the best things we can do when in a typical developing country such as Peru, which is not going to reopen schools until next year. I mean, what are the things that school systems need to focus on to try to make the best of this horrible situation? I've heard people say foundational learning, really make sure that you focus more resources than ever on children in the first 2 or 3 grades so that they become literate, and the kids that were a little bit older and didn't become fully literate, really go after them. But all of that.
Look, we before the crisis, we were already living before the pandemic, we were already living a learning crisis, right? I mean, about half of children in the developing world were not able to read and understand a text by age 10. So that was already a gigantic crisis. Now that 50% or 53% is now calculated to go up to 70% of kids who are not able to read and understand a simple text by the end of primary. So as you're saying, Barbara, it is critical now to focus first of all in the foundational skills in literacy and numeracy, and make sure that kids are not losing that. We need to focus also in the potential, socio-emotional scars, right, on the kids who have been out of school, and this will require that teachers really need to focus the teaching and learning process on where the kids are today. I mean, it's you're receiving a 5th grader that has the capabilities of a 2nd or 3rd grader in terms of the base of his or her knowledge. So you cannot teach what you were supposed to teach. You need to teach wherever that student is today and build upon that. Now, that's not easy. That's complicated for teachers, and that's complicated because you need to readjust curriculums by the level of the school and the level of the classroom. But that's absolutely essential that that's done. So that's why I was saying the support that we need to give to teachers in terms of finding the right methods in order to have some sort of personalized learning at the classroom level is absolutely essential.
I have to just jump in here, excuse me, Rick, and say that I'm very happy to say that the other Yidan laureate for this year has really been working her whole life on exactly this issue of foundational learning, and their NGO Pratham has demonstrated results that it is possible to really compress the process of learning, teaching kids to become literate in basic numeracy, do it much better than traditional schools have been doing. So I'm very mindful of the time now. So Rick, did you want to add something on that?
Well, I just wanted to underscore that if we just get back to where schools were before the virus struck, if we get back to January of 2020 school quality, these losses are permanent. There are some people that go around saying, well, kids are resilient, they'll bounce back. But we have lots of past evidence to suggest that that's not the case, that the only way to make up for this is to actually make the schools better than they were going into the pandemic. And that's the challenge that not many countries have stepped up to yet.
Absolutely. But that's also a challenge that your and Ludger's research gives us a lot of help in facing. So I just want to give Rick a chance to talk about, one of the great things about the Yidan Prize is it gives you a pot of resources to try to make a difference in global education. And you've proposed a fellows program to build up a cohort of young African economists working on education. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
This work or this idea springs quite naturally from the work that Ludger and I have been doing. We've been trying to estimate the global value of better education. And when you do this, you see that Africa stands out as being quite far behind the rest of the world. And our work suggests very simply that economic growth and economic development depend crucially on the quality of the labor force. So that development in Africa, which a lot of people are concerned about, will only happen if we can get better education, better schooling for the kids. The idea that I am wanting to try out with the Yidan Prize money is trying to get better local decision makers on education, local in each country. It seems like we know a lot more about how to improve education than is actually being applied in many countries. And so the idea is that if we have local people who can understand both the capacity and the demands in the local countries of Africa, we have a better chance of putting in place these policies that would help the schooling. The idea of using the money is to have a select group of fellows who would, in fact, get bulked up on evaluation methods and ability to understand what is known about education. They would get linked into the network of worldwide researchers on these problems, but they would go back to their own countries and try to take what is known and put it in place. It's an experiment because lots of efforts have been made by the World Bank and by a variety of other organizations to improve the schools in Africa, and the progress seems to be very slow. And so we have to try something new, in my opinion.
And I think part of the idea is that these trained education economists would also help strengthen the capacity of think tanks within Africa to be a place of doing local research and spreading local ideas and organizing local consortia and conferences and things to try to make the links between the broader global research community and get more research going on education policy on the ground in Africa.
Precisely,
So,
and it's partly also having a network of people. If you survey various policymakers in a variety of countries and ask them, where do you get your ideas? It's usually what the neighboring country is doing as opposed to anything else. And so it's getting a network of people that are working together to try to improve things.
great. And timeline for this interesting initiative?
Well, we hope to have fellows by next fall. We have to sort of put in place a selection process and advertising process and all the institutional structure, but have fellows in place by next fall, and then progressively add a small number of fellows each year till we get in 3 or 4 years to a number of people spread across sub-Saharan Africa with the skills and the interest and the ability to move the education in their countries forward.
And do I understand that these fellows would spend some time in Stanford and some time at Ludger's Institute in Munich also, or some time in Paris with OECD?
Precisely. The idea is that part of this is some little short courses, and depending on the quality of the people and their knowledge coming in, but part of it is developing networks around the world. It turns out that outside of developing countries, there's a pretty active network of worldwide researchers who actually interact on education policy issues. And we like to sort of crank up the ability of local African countries to participate in these networks.
Good. So I know you've taken the first step of getting in touch with some of the leading African economists working on education, and hopefully we'll be setting up an advisory board soon.
Can I make just one point on that? I mean, Barbara, absolutely, we can underscore the importance of building this type of networks in Africa. Definitely, the challenges that we have in terms of education quality are gigantic. I mean, I was saying before that about half of kids cannot read and understand a simple text by the end of primary. That number is like 90% in sub-Saharan Africa. So the challenges are immense and the needs are immense. And it's not only that we need to have good technical designs and good research, but we really need to build a community that it can interact permanently with policymakers and with decision makers, because the challenge in Africa is not only having the right design, is to have the right implementation capacity at the country level, right? So one can provide a lot of technical advice and all that's useful, that's great, but actually the real change will come if there is capacity at the country and at the local level. So building these networks is absolutely essential to make sure that there is that capacity there at the country to implement. In education, many of the challenges that we have is not that we don't know what to do, is the challenges to implement at scale. And that requires local knowledge, local capacity. And so this type of initiative is absolutely fundamental, and it's really, really needed in Africa.
Well, I hope we can take that, Jaime, that word of support is that you're interested in being involved in the initiative in some kind of advisory capacity as well. Thank you. Sure. So now I just want to do a quick round of like one sentence comments, responses from people. Rick, what would you say, looking back on, and one thing that's striking about your career is you've been very engaged with policymakers in various parts, mostly of the United States. What would you say is the most gratifying example you've had of the direct policy impact of your work?
I think it has to do with evaluation of teachers in the United States. So now a majority of the states in the US, in fact, require that evaluation of teachers be based sometimes almost entirely, but substantially on the learning gains of students. And this flows directly from work on value added of teachers and paying attention to what teachers are most effective to kids at all levels.
And Jaime, what's your message to researchers about what area they're not doing enough work in? What particular issues you'd like to see more research on?
Well, on that will require several sentences. So just let me link it to what Rick just mentioned. I mean, there's so many areas in which we need to do more, but one area is about how to improve teachers' quality and how to make sure that we have the right teachers in front of our students. The line of work that Rick just mentioned about evaluating teachers and how to link that evaluation to the student, right? At the end of the day, this is all about the student, right? We need great teachers. Because we need to make sure that there's a great teacher-student interaction, right? So at the end of the day, what matters is what's happening with the student, right? And actually, unfortunately, Rick's work will have to continue, right? And we'll need to popularize that work at the country level, still in many countries, right? Including my country, including in Peru, because not everyone has really understood that everything, all decisions, all policy decisions that we need to take on education are all about the student, right? Sometimes that thing that sounds so obvious and that Rick's research had made so obvious, right? It's unfortunately not there in the policy decision-making process, right? So actually this work in terms of linking teachers to and their performance, right, to what's really happening with students and use that, right, in terms of what our decision-making about teachers' careers, right, is absolutely a critical area, right? We have done a lot of research, but we need to continue doing more, and we need to continue linking that research to the decisions that are taken on a day-to-day basis at the country level.
Exactly. And I know that when you were Minister of Peru, you really focused on teacher policy and put in place these measures to change the way teachers are selected, to change the way teachers are supported, to change the way teachers are evaluated.
Exactly. So, I mean, this work of teachers evaluation, actually, that Rick started, I would say decades ago, right? That was at the heart of what we were trying to do with a new law, for a new teachers law, that it was about shifting towards a meritocratic career, a career that is about teachers' talents, teachers' performance, teachers' efforts, and in which way that has an impact on the student, right? So that meritocratic that shift to a meritocratic career, actually, that was for us as an essential element of education reform.
But I don't think you paid him the royalties you owe him yet, or Peru owes him yet. Okay, last two questions. Rick, what's the best thing about working with Ludger?
Well, it always pays to have somebody who has similar interest and better skills than I have. And so we fit together quite naturally of an interest in how serious, rigorous scientific work can actually inform policies and lead to better outcomes.
And Ludger, what's the worst thing about working with Rick?
Oh, the worst thing.
I gave you time to do a whole list.
I have a long list on this one. So he's too productive. Whenever we sit together and discuss interesting things, we always come up with ideas and more research, and then Rick leaves it up to his co-authors to do all the hard and boring parts of the work. No, but if I really have to pick just one, I think it's the time difference between Palo Alto and Munich. So the worst thing is that he lives 11-hour flight away, so it's not easy to make sure that we find enough time to sit together and work, and it's always best to really sit together, and that's even worse during the pandemic, I guess.
So I want to thank all of you for stimulating discussion. I don't think we've solved all the problems of global education, but I think we have established that our Yidan laureate has already made incredibly important contributions to education. And with the help and support of the Yidan Prize, he's planning to do much more specifically to benefit Africa. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you to Barbara for leading our discussions. Now for our live Q&A, please join me in welcoming the Honorable Bernard Chan and Mr. Edward Ma on stage in Hong Kong, who will engage in conversation with Professor Eric Hanishek. A reminder to submit your questions by scanning the QR code on the back of your programs for those in Hong Kong and by clicking the link in the live stream. Now, as our speakers sit down, let me tell you a little bit about them. Mr. Bernard Chan is a deputy to the National People's Congress of China, a non-official member of Hong Kong's Executive Council, and the conveyor of the non-official members of the Executive Council. He is also a former member of Hong Kong's Legislative Council. Mr. Edward Ma is Secretary General of the Yidan Prize Foundation. Edward, I'll turn things over to you now to lead the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Desmond. I believe we should have Rick joining us live. Hi, Rick. We cannot hear Rick at the moment. Just bear with us. And hi, Rick. We can hear you now. Hi, and thank you for, I understand, talking about time difference, and understand that you're staying up getting very late your time now. So thank you for joining us then. And also thank you, Bernard, for joining us in person today.
Thank you, Edward.
Yeah, we're receiving a lot of questions from the audience, and I guess the first question that we have here is actually for Bernard. They talk about pandemic has had a huge impact on education globally. What do you think is the biggest impact on education in Hong Kong?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me to the Yidan Summit. Hong Kong is no different from other parts of the world. We all face the same the issues with school closures. But I have to say in Hong Kong, largely due to our very tough containments on the virus, school closed for only no more than about 3 months during the entire last 16, 17 months. Now, of course, I'm not saying with just only 3 months, lives of the students and the teachers are not affected. In fact, they're greatly affected. I think emotionally, as well as the quality of the education was impacted. But in addition to that, schools are largely now in Hong Kong in a half-day mode. They are open for half-day. So with schools only open for half-day, you can imagine for that very half-day, the courses are taught I was told that it's very cramped, and there's always going to be not enough time to teach out all the courses. So different schools have different ways to address the problem. Some do Zoom in the afternoon, some have additional support to the students. So that whole experience, of learning is never going to be the same. But this is going to be the new norm at least for a little while, at least in Hong Kong. So it's the same sort of the issues. I was told that apart from the learning experience, it's also the students' social, emotional behavior. It's also been affected too along the way. And in terms of subject matter, I was told by many teachers, and together with also from the, I understand from the education department as well, that perhaps the subject on math is the most affected because you do need to have perhaps the in-person learning in the subject of math. Whereas for other subjects that I guess it could be substituted by Zoom learning or or more textbook learning. So it is a global phenomenon that we are facing, whether you're in Hong Kong or not. But particularly for Hong Kong, being Hong Kong is an international city, so we do have international student, international school versus local school. So what I just described earlier is largely the local setting. But among the international school, for those whose parents work in and out of Hong Kong, now their issues are slightly, in addition to what I just described, for them, they also see a movement of teachers because some of them has been separated from the family for quite some time, so they need to return. So whether we can retain teachers in the coming academic year is also a new challenge, given that there is remaining this travel restrictions. So we have movement of teachers and as well as movement of students as well. Now, I forgot to also mention, even among local school, there are some movements of teachers as well. Some for perhaps whatever family reason they have to leave Hong Kong, or for those also perhaps want to move to other schools. So I think the issues of talent retention is also perhaps also quite an imminent issue as well.
Yes, certainly a lot of things to think about. So the second question, actually going back to Rick, you mentioned about the quality of labor force impacted the economic growth and economic development in the future. So not all economies are capturing data about impact of school closures on our economy. How do we begin to measure this impact, and what advice could you give us to economies trying to capture this data?
Well, the real problem with education is that you don't see the results for a number of years. We have students that are, in fact, learning a lot less and will be less prepared when they go into the labor market, but we won't really feel the effect of it for a number of years until they're out into the labor market. What we've been trying to do is to guess, more than guess, to use past information about how the quality of schooling and the achievement of students will eventually have an impact on the economy. And that's what we talked about in the previous discussion. Very few countries today are even measuring the performance of their students currently. They did it in the past, but they stopped because they knew that there was a disruption and that the students weren't doing as well. But that's just the wrong answer. The right answer is that we have to be aware of how large the problem is and where it's most severe, which students are most affected, so that we can devise ways to deal with the pandemic.
Any thoughts on this in the context of Hong Kong, Bernard?
On the topic of evaluation of teachers, I think I've been reminded many times, there is no one set formula. And it's dangerous to get into that discussion of how best to evaluate. But I think what is needed actually for Hong Kong is perhaps for the various stakeholders to come together to at least have an open dialogue on this subject. Because I can assure you the expectations are never going to be met by different stakeholders. I'm sure the employers, their parents, and they all have a different take to what a good education is. So I think for a subject that sensitive requires an open and constant dialogue among those stakeholders. I'm not so sure there will ever be a specific formula, but I look forward to Rick's research, and perhaps I was jokingly saying to Charles Chan, Yidan Prize, that should consider this as the next award, if anyone can come up with a solution to best to evaluate the so-called quality of education.
Thank you. And the next question is for Rick. So you mentioned that the education is hit harder in developing countries than in developed countries. So what are the long-term implications, and how many years are sort of set back due to the pandemic in your view?
Well, what we had seen internationally is that there was the beginning of improvement of the schools in many developing countries before the pandemic. Countries were beginning to really focus on what the learning was. They already made a lot of effort to make sure that everybody was in school, but then they turned from just being in school to what the kids were learning in schools. That was reversed with the pandemic in a large number of countries. There was no ability to provide distance learning very well, or any internet service or whatever that developed countries have found. And essentially education stopped in a large number of countries. It is going to be years before we can make up for that. And that means that we have to really redouble our efforts to try to improve the schools. This is the challenge. We've been internationally trying to aid the development around the world for a long time. But we now see that that's a function of the quality of the schools, and we have to really get to that business.
Thank you. I'm probably heading to the last question, unfortunately, for the limited time we have. The next question is, again, for Rick. The East Asia had high levels of investments in the 1980s. How do you see that sort of investment earlier on have impacts now 20 years on?
Well, we can see it by just looking around Hong Kong. The development of Hong Kong over the last 2 or 3 decades has been enormous. And the contrast between East Asia, which was really undeveloped 50 years ago, to where it is today is so dramatic. And it's a contrast with the other parts of the developing world. If we look back 50 years, Latin America looked like it was way ahead of East Asia in terms of both the schooling levels in Latin America and the economic activity in Latin America. And nobody today would even think of comparing East Asia to Latin America in terms of either the schools or the economic development that we've seen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rick. And thank you, everybody. We'll come to a close of this session. And thank you, Bernard. Again.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chen, Professor Hanishek, and Mr. Ma for that very interesting discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take a short break until 3:40, so that's just under 10 minutes for you to stretch your legs and maybe grab a cup of coffee. We do ask that you come back because we will be starting sharp at 3:40 because there will be lots of people joining us from around the world. Thank you. We'll see you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our second panel will be starting imminently, so at this time we would invite you to once again take your seats, please. And for those of you online, please get your monitors and your cameras ready because we will be starting shortly. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you were able to engage in some meaningful conversation as well as get refreshed over the break, because at this time, we are going to be starting our second panel. The second panel explores placing children at the heart of teaching and learning. Let me first introduce our panelists for this pre-recorded session. Dr. Gurmukhi Banerjee is the CEO of Pratham Education Foundation and the 2021 Yidan Prize for Education Development Laureate. She has led Pratham's education, research, and assessment programs, including the Annual Status of Education Report, ISER, and has supported large-scale partnerships with governments. Professor Abhijit Banerjee is the Ford Foundation International Professor of Economics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a co-founder and co-director of the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, JPAL. He is a co-recipient of the 2019 Nobel Prize in Economics. Our next panelist is Professor Esther Duflo, also Abdul Latif Jameel Professor of Poverty Alleviation and Development Economics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and a co-founder and co-director of the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, JPAL. She is a co-recipient of the 2019 Nobel Prize in Economics. And our moderator for this panel is Mr. Ronnie Chan. He is the chair of Hang Lung Properties Limited in Hong Kong. In addition to his role, he is active in many nonprofit and educational organizations. He is also co-founder and chairman of the Center for Asian Philanthropy and Society and founding chairman emeritus of the Asia Business Council. I'll turn things over now to Mr. Chan.
Great, let's begin. First of all, let me congratulate again Dr. Rukmini Banerjee for being the 2021 laureate of the Yidan Prize for Education Development. We're delighted that you can join us here today, and then also joined by two MIT professors. My relationship to MIT go back a long way, but I will not go into that. Suffice to say that we're delighted that two of our economics professors should have received the Nobel Prize in 2019 in economics. And I think those two professors represent a field of developmental economics that perhaps concentrates so much on poverty alleviation, and the fact that you have received those prizes must be a real boost to the movement. Can I begin by asking you some very simple questions, such as, when did you get involved in education? And why India? You got your PhD from Chicago. Why not continue there? Why go back to India? And why education?
So I think that this whole Chicago experience actually had something to do with my coming back to India. I did economics in college and, liked economics, but I liked applied things. I wanted sort of a little bit of how can you get your hands dirty and still use, maybe a little bit of your analytical skills. But when I was in Chicago, a couple of things. One was that the university's relationship to the public school system, I hadn't seen anything like that in India. In India, university is university and schools are schools, and never the twain meet kind of. The other thing was that there was Chicago was going through this period of community participation in their school elections. And so I found that really interesting about how this close relationship between the immediate school community and and the actual school, and how I could not vote in America because I was an Indian citizen, but I could vote in my local school council elections, which I really thought was a. And finally, as you know, the University of Chicago is in. I mean, the neighborhoods around it now have improved a lot, but it was in a part of town where the surrounding neighborhoods had very difficult situations. And I used to volunteer in one of the elementary schools a couple of blocks south of the university, and which at that time was, quite a different place. So I think all of these made me really think about what will be a similar context in my own country.
So, but when you went back to India, I think you did 2 years of voluntary work upon your receiving a PhD from Chicago. Immediately you joined Pratham Educational, the organization. But why? I mean, don't you need to live? I mean, you were doing voluntary work for 2 years.
Well, I felt that I had worked actually a couple of years in Chicago. I had a postdoc at the university, and then I worked at the Spencer Foundation. And during that time, I was actually going back. I had a month off in the summer, and I was exploring, what can someone like me do in India, Bihar, and so on. And so I had this thing in my head that I would take a break for a bit, maybe work part-time. And I discovered that there is no part-time work in the world. If you really like what you do, it becomes more than full-time very quickly. But I felt that Pratham was a very new organization. There wasn't. I was really thankful for the experience of really getting to know India in a different way. And I suppose I thought, if I stay a volunteer, then if I want to be flexible about work, I could. Actually, it has nothing to do with that. If you like something, then you do it a lot, and it doesn't matter what what the conditions are. So that's how I started. And as you can see, I haven't left yet.
Very good. But since you took over the CEO position in 2015, have you redirected the organization? And if yes, in what direction?
But we've done some new things. So, for example, this exploration of really returning to really work very seriously with younger kids has picked up steam since then. I think we've done some amount of internal work. What is a leadership team? Who is going to now lead the organization? After me, the founders, we have two founders, Madhav Chavan and Farida Lambe, both of whom actually are still very active within the organization. And we like this, that you could have headed the organization and then left that spot, but you still hold very important positions. And we are all roughly broadly the same age. So there is a big responsibility of developing the next line of leadership, next line of strategic thinking. We are very large now. So how do you do collective decision making? So we are working on some of these things which are less visible to the world outside, but I think are very important as well in the life of an organization. So I would say some external facing things and a lot of these internal things. And then, of course, COVID has turned everything upside down. So as an organization, as teams, we have learned many new things. And right now, again, I think like everybody else in the world, you're trying to figure out what are the things that you've learned in the last 18 months are really worth carrying forward, and which of these you did as a transition. And as you return to your previous work, what are the new angles that we are going to have to think about? So, I'm sure when we look back 10, 15, 20 years from now, it'll seem like a very clear, divide of the, pre-COVID and post-COVID. And, we are all cognizant that we are kind of in it right now.
What made you want to concentrate on the early education, early childhood education?
So I think that, we've worked for 15 years on this problem of children are already in school, but they're not learning enough. So, just for a short form, I call catch up. And so we worked on this catch up, but of course the question arises, why is this catch up needed in the first place? What can you do so that this problem, this learning crisis, this learning deficit doesn't happen at all? And obviously, the first thing to do is to say, if you did things right from the beginning, then you should be able to never need this, later action that Professor Banerjee and Esther Duflo did with us over these last 20 years, I think also helped us to become faster, quicker, cheaper with the solution that we have on the catch-up side. But then perhaps also it freed us up to think about what do you do to, not have the problem happen in the first place. And while, their work with us is much more known for the evaluations that they did on this teaching at the right level or the catch-up work, we've actually done a couple of randomized controlled trials on the early years as well. And as soon as the conditions stabilize and we are not as afraid of COVID or a reinfection, we have another study that is waiting to happen to really evaluate the effect of these mothers groups and this early parent participation on children's progress. See, I think that if you look at why is this catch-up needed, and then we can think about countries like mine and countries which are more developed. I think one of the reasons for catch-up is that children, of course, come into school at slightly different ages and with different backgrounds. But our curriculum, right from first grade, is kind of, moves very fast and moves in a very linear way. Our school systems don't necessarily have very well developed mechanisms for catching who is not really progressing at the rate that is expected. And similarly, our families, many of them, know it's very important to send children in school, but don't know how to recognize signs that the child is not doing, you have a sense that things are not okay, but not exactly. So the lack of, I would say, the lack of early detection, whether at home or in school, we don't have in a very, in a very advanced way. And the curriculum, I think, is actually been built for, really families and contexts which are a little bit more advanced. So as a result of all of this, a lot of children cannot get onto the ladder in time. And then the ladder kind of just becomes very steep and moves ahead. Now, I think in developed countries, you have mechanisms for early identification of who needs extra help. At least I know in America, there is remedial help available quite early in the system. And I think parents are also much more educated so they can recognize. And I feel if the school and the parents are closer in relationship, there is much more communication, which helps teachers share, what they think should be done at home. Whereas we still have quite a hierarchical relationship often between teachers and. So the curriculum that children are expected to follow in developed countries, I think is more realistic in the sense that, the system can actually deliver it for most children. And for those who, for one reason or other, cannot keep up, there is some help available. So I think catch-up is needed, but there are different ways of handling it and a different time for which to handle it. So we are doing teaching at the right level to really provide the immediate solution. But I think the long-run solution is to think about why do we need such a fast-paced curriculum for young children? Why can't it be such that the context within which our teachers teach, our parents, bring up children, and our schools deliver this is all at a place where everybody can handle it. By third grade, 70% kids are being left behind. Now, that means that the curriculum is not targeted. I don't think there's anything wrong with our children. And in fact, Esther has done a very interesting study with us, which on before you get into first grade, on pre-math. And what they find is that the distribution of course, there's a distribution, but the range of skills that children have before they get into first grade in math is actually not very different in a lower population, a lower income area in Delhi as compared to Boston. But we do something to our kids once they enter school so that the Boston kids seem to go on fine, but the Indian kids have this, being left behind phenomena. And so I would say that I would like to think that the usual distribution of ability is quite similar in different populations, maybe a little bit worse where there is malnutrition or there is poor health. But if you had good nutrition and good health care, then most children should be able to be in that normal range.
Dr. Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, I suspect that both of you supported the candidacy of Rukmini, Dr. Rukmini Banerjee to receive the Yidan Prize. You are all honorable people. You don't just do so because you have worked with her. Tell us the significance of what Dr. Rukmini Banerjee have done. Can you, either one of you, Abhijit or Esther?
I'll start and let Esther take over. I mean, I think that it's even hard to find a 1-minute description. In some ways, Rukmini is one of these unique people. We talk a lot about, how one should be both an academic and an activist. And I think she's one of the people who's managed to do that credibly. I think most people like me just talk, and then there are people like her who do it. She's both made us understand the conceptual foundations of why education has failed often, and help design the methods to deal with it. And I think that's an enormous achievement by any scale, but it's, in the scale of the problem, which is, there must be, hundreds of million children who have been underserved by the education system, are being underserved by the education system right now. And at that scale, someone who comes in, shows that the problem exists, helps, give a diagnosis of the problem and helps find a solution. Rukmini and her, and working with Madhav Chavan have done exactly this. And in that, they've transformed the way we think about education.
Esther?
Yeah, it's hard to begin, to know where even to start. I think what Pratham has done is to completely turn the problem on its head of education. There was this of understanding education in more ways than one. First of all, there was this idea that what you need to do is to get kids to go to school. In fact, Pratham's early motto was every child in school. And then they added and learning. And then they added and learning well. And then this ability to understand that the issue, now we might be able to drop school even, because what matters is the learning, no matter where and how it happens. In school, outside of school, in preschool, in post-schools, in vocational training and the like. And so that's a first turning on its head that they've done, which is forget about school as the end of it, but think of learning as the end of it. And now it seems obvious because I think the world has come to that, but it wasn't. It wasn't in the 90s. It still wasn't in the 2000s or in the 2010s. And even now, it still sometimes requires conversation. That's the first fundamental shift. The second fundamental shift is that the way you make progress is not by looking for the perfect solution that is going to make a difference for 10 children or 100 children or 1,000 children. The way you make progress is by finding how to lift the learnings of hundreds, millions of children conceptually. And that, again, is a fundamental turning of its head of the problem, because it requires thinking of solutions that can be run at scale, that will be effective at scale, that are manageable in a human way, manageable in a financial way, and reproducible in this way. The third thing that is fundamental in Rukmini's work, besides everything that Abhijit said, is and it's related to this idea of management, is the ability to be the cheerleader, the conductor, the manager, the guru of this movement. You mentioned the word movement, which is very much the way we think about our work. There would be in the same way, Pratham is not an NGO as much as a movement. And in fact, it is how it describes itself and has described itself from the get-go. And finding, again, this requires a shift to think about what matters is not my achievement, what matters is not what I do. What matters is how the entire movement is going to be brought along to effect these transformational shifts. I think for all of these reasons, as well as everything Abhijit mentioned and many more, Rukmini is a unique individual, activist, scholars, and policy maker and changer. She often jokes that she doesn't know where the policy makers are, but she's one of them. And we are very much delighted to see her work recognized in this way.
Thank you. I understand that now, even in developing economies, 90% of the children actually do go to school. But I read one study where in India, parts of India, only 52% of them are, I suppose, shown to be learning. I suppose I must be one of those 48% when I was growing up. So how much, Rukmini, tell us, how much do you think that, how much headway have you or anyone made to ascertain how much students are really learning?
And they may be learning many things out of school, as Esther says. We focused on two very basic things: your ability to read very simple text, and your ability to do very simple things in arithmetic, knowledge of numbers and operations. On those two things, we have 15 years of data of every district in India of what children can, whether they can read or not. Now, I think, the question of, how do you measure learning is always a complicated one. So I will leave the complicated things to other people. But we know that if you can't read, you really can't do many things on your own. And so this basic, foundation, if that is not strong, then obviously any building you build on it will, either fall down or not be very strong. About half the children are able to read simple stories and so on, and maybe able to do better. But we have another half, which is not all, just close or just far behind. But there are children in that half who are not able to read even words or recognize letters and so on. Now, you would think that you're in 5th grade, 5 years of schooling, you've not been able to do it. But the solution that we apply is, doesn't matter what the curriculum is. If I find a child who is struggling with reading simple words, doesn't matter if the child is 10 years old, and we work with how do you get a child who's struggling at that stage to start reading simple sentences, and do this for children at all these levels, we find that on average, in about a month's time or 50 days time, working 1 or 2 hours a day on language and math, 75% of those kids who are not able to do this will be able to do it. I'm not saying they will be able to do algebra or trigonometry, but they will be able to get these basic foundational skills of reading simple texts and doing basic arithmetic quite quickly. And the reason that you spent 5 years not being able to do it is because you were given tasks which were far ahead of you. So it's just simply, just the way we say it, if I start at the level at which the child is, it's actually quite possible to move quite quickly ahead. So it's a big problem, but it's a solvable problem if you're able to put aside the usual way in which the education system is run.
Well, very good. Let me ask the two MIT professors. When you received a Nobel Prize, it was said that your work really did so much for poverty alleviation, in particular related to education. What's next? What do you propose that Rukmini would do next? Or what would you learn from Rukmini?
Well, let me first mention that when we got the Nobel Prize, the work with Pratham was explicitly cited in the citation. In fact, it was the one piece of work that was noted in the citation. So our work has been intertwined with Rukmini and Madhav and their collaborators, including our current executive director of JPAL South Asia, whom we met in a Pratham meeting. That's Shobhini Mukherjee. So Rukmini always jokes that Pratham and JPAL are children who have grown together, and they have grown very big, and we are proud of them. And but they are not done growing, and maybe like human beings, they'll never be done growing and evolving. From the once you set up the mission of making, improving the lives of poor people around the world, which is the objective of JPAL, or making sure that every child is learning well, which is the goal of Pratham, there is no end to this process, because you can always do better. As Rukmini mentioned, there are still about half of the kids who are not able to read properly when they read grade 5, despite all of the work, which suggests that there is a lot that remains to be done, and we are always learning new things. And how do we go about learning new things? Pratham comes up with Pratham is continuously getting feedback from the field and from their operation, and continuously innovating on their corporate program, and as well as creating innovating programs. Both of them are equally important notion of innovation. And what do we do as JPAL? We kind of follow them around, evaluating what they do, setting up randomized controlled trials, suggesting minor, ideas that could also be added to the program, and so on and so forth. What are we going to do in the future? We're going to continue doing that. We are now, very interested, for example, in hybrid learnings. That becomes even more important after the pandemic. We are interested in early childhood development as a foundation to the foundation, in a sense. And we also remain perpetually interested in getting more and more policymakers on board to adopt the solution. So I would say these are the three of the big things on the plate. But the good things with Rukmini is that you always get sidetracked into something that turns out to be the main dish before you even realize it.
A question to Abhijit. You work on poverty alleviation for many, many years, and it's a complicated issue, and education is one part of it, and perhaps one of the most important part of it. Do you think that education holds the key to poverty alleviation, or are there other aspects of your work regarding poverty alleviation that is equally important? And if yes, what are they?
Yeah, so let me answer, start at a slightly different place, if you will forgive me. I want to say that I think education is, in some ways, whether or not education is key to poverty alleviation, education is key to democracy. I think the idea of being in a society where people can be full participants and have full access to the society's resources and to their own possibilities. I think for that, education is fundamental. And I don't mean democracy, political democracy necessarily. I mean democracy in a deeper sense of giving everybody a chance. I think and then there are other things you need to also give them a chance. But I think without education, in some ways, I think even if somebody gets educated and decides that the best thing they want to do is farm their own farm, I think the education is valuable even there. And even if it doesn't raise his income, it makes him a different person. I think that access to education is, in a sense, a fundamental block of how we conceive of a democratic society. I think that's so in that sense, I think the economic aspect of it is just one of them. And having said that, going back to your question, I do think that we often say this. We say that poverty is not one problem. And it's like, in a sense, like cancer. It's many problems, many different problems, and each of them deserves its own answer. And I think that's important to emphasize, because it's easy to start imagining that we have, a hammer and therefore everything's a nail. And I think that there are many different reasons why people people, people are depressed, people are sick, people have no access to financial markets, people have no access to infrastructure. There's all kinds of very good reasons why people don't reach their potential. What education does is create that potential. It gives them the option of being who they can be. And I think that's the fundamental sense in which education is different, I think, from all of these things. It's that it's constitutive. It makes us who we are. And in that sense, I feel that there's a sense in which education is really kind of in a different place. But I mean, that is not to say that if I wanted to alleviate poverty, I could do it just by educating people. I think that's one of the things that we've sort of learned, that, you can educate people, but if the labor markets don't provide jobs, then that's not very useful. If there are no entrepreneurial opportunities, that's not very useful. If you're going to get sick, that's not very useful. So I think that in the end, you have to deal with all those problems as well.
On the problem. In fact, some of our own experiments, not just in India, but elsewhere, very much say that. For example, I've done a randomized control trial in Ghana where we gave access to secondary education to kids, and we found evidence of the two things that Abhijit just spoke about. On the one hand, education was transformative for their lives, particularly for the girls, leading to later marriages, fewer children that are also healthier. And we are now finding are themselves, the children, more cognitively advanced. When they are 3 or 4, they are learning better. They are more, doing better in life. On the other hand, so we see that this education starts this cycle of changing lives. On the other hand, Ghana is a deeply screwed up, for want of a better word, labor market, and we are thinking that these young people don't get better labor opportunities in the labor market, despite being much more likely to complete secondary school and knowing many more things.
Does America or Japan or Korea also require can learn from what you all have done in education?
I mean, I'm going to say this mostly based on other people's reactions. So when we present this work, the work we've done with Pratham, one reaction I've heard both in France and in the US, and I've never been to Korea, and I never spoken about education in Japan, so I can't tell you that. But is that we have the same problem in a lot of the low-income communities. The schools have exactly the same problem, which is that there is a lot of diversity of backgrounds. A lot of the kids come from troubled households or from households where they can't get enough support. And though for those kids, it's easy to fall behind. And once they fall behind, it's easy to be frustrated. And I think that's the general insight, which is that you can not just use, given the diversity of backgrounds, you cannot just use age as an indicator of where you are. And I think that's the general insight, and the general insight absolutely applies, as far as I can tell, in many other countries.
Esther, would you like to add anything to that in that regard?
Yeah, I think that the success of the no excuse charter school movement can be very much related to a similar philosophy, which is there is no excuse for a child not to be able to read when they are in 5th or 6th grade, and if they are not, this is our job to go back to teach them. And being both extremely demanding to the children and extremely demanding to the teachers, and is by making sure that step by step we're getting them where they need to be, is very much the same philosophy.
What can we learn from Rukmini, your work, that will help the world, perhaps, that are all suffering from COVID, all the children? How will they be helped by your work to make the post-COVID education better, not just in India, but perhaps in the world?
I can only speak from the experiences that we've had here. I think one big thing that we learned was that in times like these, extreme situation that we had, the parents, particularly for even in families where they were not very educated, really came together, parents and siblings, to help the younger children. And so I think that this, for many countries like ours, perhaps, where parents are not very educated, they're often left out in this learning process. But we learned that if you are able to reach, we do teaching at the right level. If you do reaching at the right level, you can get a lot more resources to help the kids to learn. And so even after schools open, I hope we can continue to engage parents in effective ways to help with the learning of children.
I want to echo what Rukmini said, which is that I think COVID could be a possibility as well as a problem. That in a sense, it showed us that, that the challenge is much more of reaching children at the right level, is much broader than we thought. And in that sense, I think maybe it'll be, we'll have a point where people will realize that, forget about, what they need to learn. Let's teach them what they don't know. And maybe it'll give us the humility to actually address the problem right.
Well, let me thank once again the three panelists. This is a wonderful discussion. Again, congratulations, Rukmini, on receiving the Yidan Prize for Education Development. And I think that the other two MIT professors know more than any of us how deserving you are. And we're all very happy for all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panelists and, of course, to Mr. Ronnie Chan for leading our discussions. For those of you in the room, you might have noticed here at the front table, there's someone who looks a lot like Mr. Ronnie Chan. I assure you there are not two Mr. Ronnie Chans, but we're delighted that he is here in person to lead our Q&A as well with Mr. Edward Ma. So once again, gentlemen, thank you for coming on the stage. I'm going to turn things over to Edward once again. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much indeed, Ronnie, for joining us. It's a flip side of the last panel because you joined us midnight for that discussions we saw just now. And welcome, Rukmini, joining us live from India. Hi. So before I begin, I'd just like to thank everyone also for your questions. I do apologize that due to limited time, we cannot get to all your questions, but please bear with us. We'll try to answer them maybe after the event. Here is actually the first question for Ronnie. The panelists suggested that simply having students in school and not understanding whether they are learning well can be problematic. And in Asia, we see a lot of focus on students' ability. So what do you think has changed in the field of education since you were a student?
Thank you, Edward. Rukmini, great to see you again. Just one word. Rukmini, last night at midnight, I received a note from someone you know, Dini Divitri. He and I used to serve on the A Society Global Board in New York City, and he's now in Dubai, and he says hello to you. I suspect he may be watching right now. And I've requested that, Edward, don't throw any more questions at me. You are the star, Rukmini. You are the expert, so we should give more time to you. But quickly to answer your question, my generation, which many of you in the audience are of my generation, I think that I suffer greatly because the pedagogy in my days wasn't that good. And I have a brother who's far smarter than I am, 1 year my junior. He loved his school because he doesn't need to study much, and he got bingo, he got all A's. I don't like to study, I like to play, and so I never really studied that well, so I have no affinity to the school, of which Chen Li sitting here is the chairman of the board, so you obviously like it. So you're a good student, I'm a bad one. And the problem, Rukmini, is I was born 60 years too early. If I was born in your day and age with all your research, such as learning at your level, at the right level, and what do you call it? Playing, play-based learning. I'm pretty good at playing. If I had the chance and learn under your help, Rukmini, I suspect that I may be a Nobel laureate or a Yidan Prize laureate. Okay, look at me today. I had to relearn everything later on in life. But I think that it's also true that in the last 60 years, Hong Kong has improved a lot. And that's what brings me to, allow me, Edward, I have two questions for Rukmini myself. And that is, number one, what happened to economies such as Hong Kong, which does not, where money is not the main constraint? Now, that can work to our advantage, advantage or to our disadvantage. And how can what you work on benefit us? And then a second question relates to the panel, the first panel. I don't know if you joined the first panel. They said they talk about catching up, and I never did. But I want to make sure that my son and his son will have the opportunity to catch up. And with COVID, as the last panel discussed so much, with the COVID, the falling behind is now massive. It's not just dumb people like me, but it is everybody. So how can you apply your research to solve the world's problem with hundreds of millions of students, as Esther Duflo mentioned, that need the catch-up? So, sorry, Edward, I'm not supposed to ask a question, but I do ask Rukmini the question, and that's the last time you hear from me.
Thank you so much, Edward and Ronnie. It's great to see you again. I think, we are very, very privileged to get the Yidan Prize, but we don't have the keys to all the locks in the world. I can only say that I have been to Hong Kong a few times, but I cannot claim to know what your Hong Kong needs. All I can say is that for children who have been in school and have been struggling with some of the basics, perhaps this helping to put the foundation in place by starting where they are may be one way to go. I think on a larger scale, I see the education problems or the situation in the world in three major buckets. One is, how do you build the foundations right from the beginning? I think that is a big task. Some countries do it better than others. The second is, how do you get the foundational skills for learning to learn in place? I think that we've had an education system where often curriculum is prescribed, content is prescribed, but we don't put enough focus on giving giving children the skills of how do you learn and how do you decide what you want to learn. So I see this as, you begin well, you get your foundations right, and then you pick up the skill of learning to learn, so that as the world changes in dramatic ways, sometimes going forward, sometimes in crisis, you will have the skills to cope with what you need to know at that time. And I think in these three ways, all countries of the world are similar. We need to think about these three buckets and do what we can based on what we know today to help kids move along this journey.
Thank you, Rukmini. We have a second question here. You've spoken about the importance of the role of parents, children, teachers, and schools in education. How can working parents be made aware and involved in their children's education, and why is it so important?
So I think that we have a lot of resources, both in the family, in the community, and I think in school as well. And when we find that these efforts are aligned, what is happening in school, if that is well known by people at home, then they can support and they can strengthen what goes on in school. If teachers know what kinds of learning children have at home, and I think during the panel discussion, there was mention of the fact that there is academic learning, but we look at learning in three different ways. There is learning for school, which is what happens and which, Ronnie has told us many times he didn't like to do. Then there is, I think, learning for life, which every child picks up in different ways depending on the context in which they are. But we don't recognize often those skills as key skills that are going to take them forward. And then whatever you've learned at home and in school and with your friends in the playground, I think you learn a lot of important things for life as you interact with other people like yourself or different from you that you put together that helps you in your learning for work. So I think that these are the three kinds of learnings that I think we need to look at and pay as much attention to the development of all of these and not just at the academic streams that we seem to focus so much in school.
Another question for you, Rukmini. In your opinion, how applicable is teaching at the right level program in other developing countries? And what are the key variables to consider?
So I would say that our own experience, we have obviously evolved and adapted the way we think about this teaching at the right level in India, because we have many different contexts in India. But over the last few years, as my colleagues and our partners in different countries have been experimenting, we find that anywhere, I think the statement that I think Ronnie started our panel with, anywhere that children have been in school for a couple of years or some years, but are still struggling with these basic foundations, I think our approach is applicable in those countries. And I think that as we look at these foundational skills, can children read? Can they understand what they read? Can they apply what they read to real life situations? Can they do simple computations? The more we figure out these gaps, the more I think applicable starting at their own level becomes. The way that exams or testing generally happens are often pen and paper mode and often later in the education stages. But with ASR, which is the way that we in India look at our own children, a one-on-one, face-to-face, simple reading task that we do together, the child as well as the teacher or the instructor or the surveyor, that is now being done in many countries, particularly in Africa. And we find that we see similar conditions, that you may be in third grade or fourth grade or even higher, but you're still struggling with even basic sentences. Sometimes the language is the issue, sometimes something else may be the issue. But as soon as we are able to pinpoint that, I think all it says is, let me understand each child, figure out where they are. And once I've understood where they are, then let me start helping the child from the point at which they are and pave the way to where they need to be.
Thank you. Here's a question actually from Ghana, from the Read Foundation International Ghana. How can we help children develop positive attitudes to voluntary reading and not simply reading to pass assessments?
I absolutely agree. Wonderful question. That reading actually should be fun. Reading should be something that you want to do. When we do our little assessments in villages and children see that this is not a test, this is an activity you do together. And when you're able to actually figure out what the sentences mean, it actually brings joy. They go call their friends. They call their neighbors to say, come, you can do it as well. I've had occasion in which there will be grandmothers in the village who say, why are you only doing this to children? Ask me, see if I can do it. So I think at some level, reading is a universal activity. It is almost like doing something together that gives you joy and gives the person who can do it. Now, particularly in situations where I think children have been in school and have been sitting at the back of the class, Abhijit often talks that our entire education system is built only for the top of the class or the front of the class. But all those ones who are sitting at the back of the class, who are actually the entrepreneurs and the I think the path breakers for later, often are told that you're not good and so go sit at the back of the class. And there, I think this low-hanging fruit, when you learn to read, it's like learning to ride a bike or to swim. It's a fundamentally transforming moment because you're suddenly on the other side of something that is actually quite exciting. And this being on the other side of something makes you self-reliant. So I would say that to taste this fun of that, before these were just a bunch of letters and you couldn't decipher them. And now when you put them together, it means something and you can do it together. I mean, you can do it yourself. I think is a real aha moment. And when that aha moment is supported by everybody else around them, when a child learns to walk in our families, a little baby learns to walk, everybody is delighted. And I think when children learn to read, we have the same kind of, real joy around you. And I'm sure my colleagues from Ghana, you have experienced this. It is really how do you spread this excitement about reading and the joy about reading. So it's not about what you do in school or out of school. It is about what you do for yourself and for everybody with you.
Great. So here's one, I think for both speakers, and probably we'll have, this is close to the last question. So maybe first to Rukmini, the same question to Ronnie as well, if you don't mind, we're asking the audience, keen to know, what should we do now to better prepare our future generation?
Edward, do you want me to go first? I think Ronnie should go first.
Well, Rukmini, I'll just say one point, and that is I am very concerned for the moral degradation So I fully agree with you. The learning is not just in school, it's very much in the family as well. And in terms of the moral education, unless you start early in the family, there's no other way you can teach it. In school, you can do a little. It's better than nothing. But without the family giving the moral education to the next generation, I think the world is doesn't have a good future.
I agree with you, Ronnie. I think that we need to have some skills ourselves, like this reading, like this math, that those are important ones. But I think we also need to develop the skill of being with each other in groups. Sometimes our groups are not same. We are not all the same people. But look at the ease with which me sitting in India is able to talk to you in Hong Kong and agree on things and listen to your points of view. I think we need this kind of being together, listening to each other, respecting each other's views, being able to disagree, but being able to still feel like we are together. To me, these are very important values. And as the world moves at a different pace in different parts, or even within the same country, we need to be able to take everybody along. And that, to me, is one of the biggest values that we need to learn, whether we learn it in school or at home, or preferably everywhere. So how can we get our basics in place so that we are self-reliant, but then how can we hold hands so that we can move well together?
Indeed, working together is very important on this very special journey to create a better world. Thank you, everyone. This come to the close of our second panel, and thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Rukmini, for joining us.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations to Dr. Banerjee, and of course, thank you to Mr. Chan and Mr. Ma for leading our discussion and Q&A in that panel. In panels 1 and 2, we heard about the importance of putting effective education policy into action and placing children at the heart of teaching and learning. Now, let's explore some insight into how we can create better futures through education, which is the theme of our next panel discussion. Let me first introduce our speakers. Mr. Leong Zheng is the Executive Director of Charities and Community at the Hong Kong Jockey Club. He is also the co-chair of the Hong Kong chapter of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Mr. Andreas Schleicher is Director for Education and Skills and Special Advisor on Education Policy to the Secretary General at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OSED. He leads the Yidan Prize for Education Research Judging Panel. Dr. Sobi Tao is Director of the Future of Learning and Innovation Team at UNESCO and leads the Futures of Education Initiative, an attempt to reflect on and generate debate about how education might need to be rethought in a world of increasing complexity, uncertainty, and precarity. Professor Rocky Tuan is Vice Chancellor and President of the Chinese University of Hong Kong and co-chair of the Hong Kong chapter of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network. Our moderator for this panel is Dr. Christopher Thomas. He is Director of Partnerships at the Yidan Prize Foundation and Social Entrepreneur in Residence at Stanford University's Graduate School of Education. Before joining the Yidan Prize Foundation and Stanford University, he was the advisor to the Education Global Practice at the World Bank. Dr. Thomas, I'm going to turn things over to you.
Very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Thomas, and I'll be moderating the session. I am so pleased to be part of the Yidan Prize Foundation and its incredibly inspiring mission of building a better world through education. The Yidan Prize laureates and luminaries are bringing their expertise from the fields of neuroscience, psychology, economics, and technology to deliver a better education experience for children and young people around the world. This session is designed to give us a long view on education, to discuss how schools are preparing young people for the big challenges ahead. So, to read the news is to know that our world is prone to fracturing along environmental, social, and economic fault lines. Climate change, conflict, pandemics, inequality, they're often called existential threats to the well-being of the next generation. But to study history is also to understand the incredible progress that has been made in improving the quality of life in the last 50 years, and that can be attributed in large part to investments in education, research, and development. Increasing levels of education have helped people to become more productive, to build institutions, to invent and to adapt to a changing world. Education has helped people to escape poverty, to live longer lives, and to build the vibrant civic and civil spaces that we all enjoy today. It was the foundation of the East Asia miracle, as Eric referred to in his earlier talk, and of so much progress around the world. Our question here is, can education also be the winning formula for the 21st century? How is the world changing? And in response, should we change the way we think about educating the next generation? I am so pleased to have this incredible panel of distinguished thinkers on the future of education with us today. And just what a privilege it is to have us all together this afternoon. And I want to jump right in and start with Sobi Tawil. You just launched a report called Reimagining Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education, which Charles Chen Yidan referred to in his opening remarks. Can you tell us, why do we need to change the way we think about education, and what are the proposals you're putting forward in your report?
Thanks, Chris. First of all, well, a pleasure to be here, and let me take this opportunity to thank the Council of Luminaries of the Yidan Prize Foundation for their contribution to the work of the International Commission on the Futures of Education. So why we need to rethink our approaches. The report of the Commission was launched just last month and argues that education faces a dual challenge. The first challenge has to do with the fact that we're not fully delivering on past promises of universal quality education for all. And despite undeniable progress in educational development over the decades, we have still not ensured the right to quality education for all. Too many children, too many youth and adults are still denied meaningful educational opportunities, and particularly in the global South. In low-income countries today, 3 out of 5 adolescents and youth are not in secondary education. 2 out of 5 women are non-literate. A quarter of youth are non-literate in low-income countries, and this, by the most conventional measures of literacy. Even across the world, half of the students who are in upper secondary education don't complete the cycle. And we know the evidence on, significant shares of children and youth not achieving minimum proficiency levels in reading and in mathematics, despite their schooling. And so it is economically vulnerable and historically marginalized communities that continue to be excluded from the right to education. And all the emerging evidence that we have from indicates that the COVID-19 educational disruption is worsening what we often refer to as a global learning crisis. So the ways we organize education around the world really do not do enough to ensure just societies and shared progress that benefits all. So that's the first part of the dual challenge, the unfulfilled promises of the past. The second challenge has to do with the uncertain futures. And Chris, you mentioned some of those just in your introduction. The widening inequalities across the world, the increasing concentration of wealth among a few, democratic backsliding and growing polarization of societies in many parts of the world, the climate crisis and its consequences, its disproportionate consequences on countries in the South that have least contributed to the crisis. And then the fact that information, data, and knowledge has changed profoundly over the past decade. And while there is tremendous transformative potential in education, in innovation, technological innovation, digital innovation. There are risks, and the digital transformation of education needs to be steered if we want to ensure that it benefits all. So it is this framing of the dual challenge and a critical choice: continue on an unsustainable path or to radically change course. And the report of the International Commission argues that changing course requires that we rebalance our relationships with each other, with nature, and with technology. And that education is key to redefining our relationships with each other and the world around us. But education is caught between these unfulfilled promises of the past and these uncertain futures. So addressing the dual challenge and to help shape more just and sustainable futures, education itself needs to be transformed. And here the Commission proposes in broad strokes 3 aspects of the starting point, which is reframing what it means to be human, redefining our relationships with each other, with the living planet, and with technology. So on the first point, education needs to be transformed to redefine our relationships with each other, implies the need for pedagogies of cooperation, of collaboration, of solidarity, pedagogies that value and sustain diversity and pluralism. But we also need to unlearn bias, prejudice, and discrimination that plague all of our societies. The second, education must also be transformed to redefine our relationships with the planet. The ecological crisis requires curricula at all levels that fundamentally reorient the place of humans in the world. Environmental education, science education will need to be core components of education looking to the future. And finally, transforming education to help redefine our relationship with technology. Critical digital literacy is essential in the 21st century. But while digital technologies transform the work of schools and teachers, they cannot and should not replace them. And I think we've seen that clearly with the COVID, with the school closures and the education and the COVID disruption. The human dimension of education remains essential. The best algorithm cannot replace the social and emotional skills of teachers, their humanity, their empathy, their care, qualities that will be central to teacher development in the future. The curriculum and the educational experience should support teachers and students to determine how best technology can be used and for what purposes. So these 3 dimensions in rebalancing are redefining what it means to be human, and how education can play its role in redefining our relationships to each other, to the living planet, and to technology.
Those are pretty profound challenges. Questions. What kind of reception are you getting? Are people ready to take up these very deep questions and challenges?
Obviously this is open to the invitation of the International Commission. It's a call for a new social contract for education, and that forging this new social contract needs to include everyone, and we do need these discussions happening at different levels and with different constituencies. There will obviously be different reactions. The report was only launched several weeks ago. The reactions we're getting so far have been quite encouraging, I would say. We often overlook the fundamental question of the why of learning. much of the discussion on transforming education and the future is really about the what and the how of learning. As important as they are, we often overlook the why question. The reactions have been positive, but I would say from civil society partners, from academia so far. The test will be the reactions we get from at the policy level and in terms of national education authorities. That remains to be seen. I think educators will find much of interest in the reports of the Commission, which actually goes in depth into issues of teaching and learning and pedagogy, perhaps much more than what the Delors report a quarter of a century ago did. So much more fine-grained discussion of teaching and learning, of pedagogy, of teaching, and the changing role of teachers.
Mm-hmm. Andreas, let me turn to you. At the OECD, you've spent many years building PISA, which is probably the most cited observatory of learning achievement around the world. You're also thinking deeply about the future of education and skills through the Education 2030 program. What are the skills and capabilities you believe children need to navigate their future? And thinking back on PISA, how far are we now from where we want to be, or even from UNESCO's longer-term vision?
Yeah, first of all, thank you. The knowledge and skills that we need for tomorrow will shape our world for tomorrow. In a way, we can say that the world we see around us today is the product of our education in the past. The knowledge and skills that we have produced, it has delivered, technology has delivered, rising living standards. But it's also resulted in a fair number of fundamental disconnects. The disconnect between the infinite growth imperative and, as Joey just explained, the finite resources of our planet, between the financial economy and the real economy, between the wealthy and the poor, between the gross domestic product and the well-being of people, between what's technologically possible and the real social needs of people. Those are the kind of results that we also need to sort of look at in education. So if we want to see a different world, we have to look at a different education, and the capacity of individuals to live with themselves, to live with people who are different from them, to live with the planet. And I think the most fundamental change is the one between the present and the future. At the moment, we have basically value system. I do whatever a situation allows me to do. Sustainable values are about, creating a better balance between the present and the future. I think that's perhaps the hardest challenge that we face today. It's visible in the way we deal with the COVID pandemic. It will be even more visible in the way we deal with questions around climate change. Can we see the bigger picture? Can we see the forest among the trees? Can we see the needs of people all around the world? Can we appreciate different ways of thinking, different ways of working, different cultures? Those are fundamental questions. But then they're also sort of, even in the key subjects that we talk about often, mathematics and science, fundamental changes will be required. Today, science, being good in science is no longer just about memorizing knowledge about, physics or chemistry. It's being able to think like a scientist. Can you design an experiment? Can you understand the world through a scientific lens? Or history. History is no longer just about, memorizing names and places. It's about being able to understand how the narrative of a community has emerged, how it has developed, advanced, and sometimes how it unravels when the context changes. And those things obviously are much harder to teach and to assess as well. And I can tell you from our PISA assessments, we are making great strides and great efforts here. Creative thinking is one thing that we're currently working on. We have looked at collaborative skills as well. So I think we need to find better ways to observe those skills. The emergence of social and emotional skills, some see them sort of as personality traits, but they are also outcomes of the way: empathy, trust, confidence, courage, leadership. They're also very important products of our learning and education environment. So I think we need to look at this in a very holistic way and understand that our schools today will be our economy and our society tomorrow. Those linkages are very clear. They work at the individual level. Never before had those with the right skills had the life chances they have today. And never before have those with poor skills faced the price for this they pay today. But it also works at the aggregate level. Whether you look at economic development, social development, whether you look at the distributional element, if we have a wide distribution in the knowledge and skills of people, we're going to see inequality and social and economic outcomes. I think when we design tomorrow's education, we need to look at those connections.
And can I ask both of you, when you think about those skills, very broad socio-emotional skills, communication, the values around caring for the planet, caring for the environment, caring for your fellow person or fellow countrymen, being a global citizen, some of those skills are learned in school and some of them are learned outside of school. How do you think about the partnerships, or how do you think they should evolve between schools, communities, and employers to try to build that future generation that we all want to see?
Yeah, I think we should maybe in the future think less about the institutional context and think more about learning. Today's schools are very good to keep students inside and the rest of the world outside. In the future, we should look at learning more as an activity, not as a place, and support it in many different ways. Technology certainly will help us in doing this. And I know the Yidan Prize Foundation has sort of supported lots of really interesting efforts in this area. But I think that's the important part, that we look at this ecosystem of learning. Learning is a whole of society enterprise. And actually it's always been. But we need to, in a way, what has happened in the last 20, 30 years, we sort of commodified education. Students became consumers of learning content, teachers became service providers, parents became clients. And I think that has created a distance between those different actors. And I think we need to bring them better together again.
Yeah, perhaps just to come in on that, and agreed with Andreas on looking at learning as a process and not limiting it, to a specific space and time. And I think in the reports of the International Commission, one of the recommendations is really reconsidering education across times, all times and spaces. So this broader view. But I think important to also say that in reimagining our futures together, it's a reaffirmation of education as a public endeavor and a common good. It means that forging a new social contract needs the active involvement of all and strengthen partnerships at all levels. I mean, I mentioned pedagogies of cooperation and solidarity. It's really about building the capacities of students and teachers to work together to transform the world, building the capacities of individuals to work together, and a cooperation and collaboration that needs to be taught and practiced in appropriate ways at different levels and spaces and at all ages. It implies also for teachers that their work should be characterized by collaboration and teamwork, that quality teaching is produced by teams and enabling environments. So working with fellow teachers, working with subject specialists, working with literacy specialists, librarians, special needs educators, guidance counselors, social workers, and others. And when it comes to designing high quality learning experiences, there are many ways that teachers can collaborate with others through study groups, teacher councils, pedagogical teams, peer mentoring, coaching, observation, and site visits. But also, I think you were mentioning a strengthened partnership with industry and community leaders, and beyond cooperative pedagogies and collaborative teaching, industry and community leaders must be better brought into secondary and higher education, ensure that students are exposed to the world of work, to the range of professional occupations. And educational institutions shouldn't only provide career counseling, but offer educators, opportunities for lifelong learning, ensure that they are kept apace with changes in their profession and the world of work. In technical vocational education, secondary, and whether at the secondary or tertiary level, opportunities for work-based learning, providing students, learners with real-world experience, and that improves the quality and relevance of education and training, across the system. So strengthened, partnerships and collaborations, I would say, at all levels. We've seen, and Rukmini Banerjee also mentioned it as one of the takeaways from, from the COVID-19 disruption, is a closer link also between families and educational institutions, the teaching and educator community. So strengthened partnerships at all levels, and in the spirit of learning, not new, the concept of, lifelong learning, but really re-emphasizing that learning is and needs to be articulated across a number of spaces across the lifetime, whether work-related, but also social, cultural spaces, and the home.
Okay, so let me bring in Rocky and Leung, because you're actually, through the Sustainable Development Solutions Network in Hong Kong, you're trying to foster this kind of dialogue about what do these education goals mean in Hong Kong and the local context, and what are the practical steps you could be taking to move forward. So when you think about how education should change to serve Hong Kong's future, what issues come to your mind, and how is that dialogue proceeding in Hong Kong?
Thanks, Chris, for the question. So I'm going to start off maybe by giving you some of my thoughts on this whole pandemic business. I think what the pandemic has done has really revealed to us that the world is a very small place. It's basically a village where what one villager does will affect another villager, and so on. So where rumors go almost immediately from one end of the village to the other. So that's the bad side of that the pandemic has told us. But at the same time, I started thinking about what a village really is. A village is a place where people have kinship, they are interdependent, they perhaps trust each other a lot, and they care about each other. They have some common values, tradition, and so forth and so on. I could go on and on. So I look at this as two sides of the same coin. So that the pandemic has told us now that we are actually a global village. So what can we do with this global village characteristic that we now have learned? I think one of the lessons we have learned, and I think previous speakers have already alluded to this, is we must collaborate. We must cooperate. Now, in military campaigns, they talk about strategic, tactical, and operational. That's just the strategic part. That's relatively straightforward to spell out. We have to cooperate. We have to do things together and so forth. But how do we do it? And what exactly do we do? And that's where the rubber meets the road. So I look at it this way. In my mind, you can't really cooperate unless you know what you are cooperating on. And I think that's where the Sustainable Development Goals come in. Right? The UN 17 SDGs, pretty much all countries of the world, most of the countries anyway, well, actually, all the countries agree on the SDGs, but in reality, they agree on many, many of these things in practice as well. So we must use these as areas, as spotlights, as the operating ground for cooperation. Because if you don't know what you want to cooperate on, you will never cooperate. All you're going to end up doing is talk. And so that's where universities come in. That's where higher education come in. Because we're in the knowledge business. What we do is we disseminate knowledge, we generate knowledge, and we try to find ways to apply that knowledge. So I would strongly advocate that one of the roles of higher education in Hong Kong and everywhere else in the world is that we get together, we can hover around the SDGs, because I think that is actually a good starting point. And so the SDSN, and Leon can talk about this a little bit more on that, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network is to actually have institutions of higher education. Some kind of noise in the background. Somebody obviously agrees with what I just said. So it's to really use these SDGs and use institutions of higher education, such as universities and professional schools and so forth and so on, and to work on these goals so that we can get together and actually do things together. And that's what the SDSN, the Hong Kong chapter, plus 42 other chapters in the world, that's what we do when we get together. We actually talk about these things in very concrete ways. It is a beginning, I agree, I admit, but it's a great beginning, particularly in this post-pandemic, well, not quite post-pandemic, in this crazy pandemic world that we're living in right now. So, right. Leon?
Yeah, thank you, Rocky. Perhaps I can add a little bit onto sort of collaboration and how we think about collaboration. To begin with, I mean, I represent a foundation, basically. This is Hong Kong Jockey Club. It's a very unique institution in Hong Kong, a very uniquely Hong Kong, I think also. You know, it's a non-profit, but obviously it generates a lot of profit because, you know, we are the single largest taxpayer in Hong Kong. And for that matter, we are one of the largest foundations in the world as well. So we make up to US dollar equivalent 550 million donation a year. Now, the way we think about education and eventually how it gets into collaboration is really, when we think about education, we think about education as in three transitions. Right? So it is from childhood to adulthood. It is from an academic environment to a work environment. It is particularly on these days a transition to a new digital era. So to us, these are the three transitions we think about, and we say, okay, if our children are under these sort of environments or these sort of transitions, then how do we think about innovation? How do we think about training capacities in the schools or in the community? How do we think about new pedagogy? How do we think about curriculum? And etc. So as to think about also social inclusion even in these environments, so as to bring about, you know, a more sustainable ecosystem for the schools and particularly I think for the children. So to us, really, when we think about all these and trying to apply technologies and everything that I think different speakers talk about, alternative philosophies, etc., I think really mostly, not exclusively, but mostly we think that we can put our resources and collaborate with partners in four major areas. I think one is diversity management, which again, you know, I think Dr. Rumini also talked a lot about that. So how do we think about learner capability? So in the same classroom, I mean, we all, I see some business people here, we must be thinking alike. You know, when we think people or school children, we think of a normal distribution. But most of the system cater to 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation. You know, if you're outside of that, whether you're gifted or your special education need insufficient, the system is very difficult to take care of you. Right? So how do we think about ways that we can potentially build digital student profile so they can be better taken care of? They can, you know, there's a more holistic understanding of the students from class to class. How do we think about, you know, autistic kids, for example, and include them better in the mainstream education. I think the second dimension we think about is mental wellness. So this, again, is a huge, it's perhaps another pandemic ongoing. It is for a lot of cities the same challenge. It is definitely for Hong Kong a big challenge. The third dimension is really on digital literacy. So I mentioned transitioning to a digital era. We have multiple programs thinking about, in kindergarten, cool play, really nothing to give them device or anything, but to inspire them on problem solving already. We have programs, Cool Thing, that's for primary schools, kids. Michelle is also sits on our advisory committee, thank you very much. This program actually just the curriculum is the first Asian curriculum to be recognized by ISTE as a curriculum in STEM education. Now the last one is really then school to work transition. So again, we have multiple programs working with business sectors, working with the government, bring sometimes students to those environments, but sometimes also bring those environments to school. So to us, we have to open the schools up, again, echoing to what Rocky just mentioned, be collaborative and really work around the system so that more people can work together to deliver quality education for the children. Perhaps I'll stop here and see if Chris.
Maybe I'll just
Thank
also
you.
add in terms of you mentioned digital literacy, which I think is absolutely critical. And I think there are two other types of literacy that we should pay attention to in this ever-changing world. One is cultural literacy, to really need to understand the context in which knowledge will be practiced and will be transmitted. The third one that I think is just as important is truth literacy. We are to some extent, because of social media and the not so quite good application of social media, we are sort of in the post-truth world. And I do believe that we have an obligation in education area to teach or to instruct our students how to tell truth from untruth. And I think that is a very difficult task, by no means easy. But I think in this post-truth world, very important. So I just add those two things to what you just said, Leon.
It struck me, I think, Rocky, you said something very simple but very profound in the beginning of your comments, which was we can't cooperate unless we know what to cooperate on. And I think that's a theme that runs through all of your work, Sobi, Andreas, and the panel discussions before. Have that discussion and building that consensus on where we want to go. And can we imagine an education system that is better than what we had before the pandemic, that serves the needs of those children who have been historically marginalized or are not doing well in the current system? I'd like to maybe go quickly around the room and ask each one of you, has there been a particular innovation in education that's very promising that you've seen that is working in the world today? And how could you bring that into the discussions that you're having? What's the most promising innovation you have seen?
Maybe I'll throw in what I've learned.
Sure.
And it's something that you learn by actually doing it and then reiterating it and multiple times, and then you find the truth at the end. Is that unless the student has ownership in something, then all you're going to be doing will be passively pushing the student towards a place that he or she doesn't really care a whole lot about. So I think the idea of teaching a student to learn how to learn is absolutely critical. Now that said, every individual will have a different starting point. So we got to be very perceptive, very persistent, and to be very clever. But to somehow let the student figure out, oh, I discovered this, therefore I own it, and then the process will go much smoother. So we started something a couple years ago, which is very generally called Grand Challenges of the 21st Century. And we let the students actually discover or figure it out what he or she consider by doing gap analysis will be one of the grand challenges. And then after that, that student will take that and move it forward in whatever way that he, she feels is appropriate and is capable of solving the problem. So I think that's very important, how to make each student feel ownership.
But perhaps on that, I would also add to Rocky's example. Let me give you an example on a program called Cool Think. So basically, this program started about 6 years ago. We really wanted to develop a curriculum to communicate digital literacy using coding, basically, but then to train computational thinking. Did we we lose someone? Okay.
Can hear you.
I guess they'll come back. All right. So anyway, so let me continue with Cool Thing. So it is for computational thinking, but then through coding. So when we started, we have MIT professor Hao Abelson, and then we also have Education University of Hong Kong to work together with us. So basically, in the last 5-6 years, we have developed this curriculum, which is now already deployed and implemented by over 230 primary schools in Hong Kong. So this is about 60-70% of all the primary school population in Hong Kong. Fair to say, again, this program, particular curriculum, get international recognition. And I think the most powerful thing, like Rocky just mentioned, is not a sort of hardwire, push it in their head kind of approach. It is really an approach to inspire students so that they think of a social issue to solve. Think about them. These are primary 4, 5, 6 students. But they would come up with ideas like, oh, my grandparents have difficulty calling taxi. So we're going to use coding to develop an app so that it will be easier for them to call taxi, for example. So very much self-generated social pain points, gap analysis, and then they have to develop a prototype, and then they can continue to sort of develop version 2, version 3. So to us, this is very much a very powerful way of engaging the students, even if they were just primary school students.
Hi, sorry. Due to technical difficulty, we have lost the signal to the meeting. But I think we are actually just about to enter the Q&A session, and I have the questions here with me, so I'll ask. So there's a question, I think, from a audience online is asking. So this is addressed to Rocky. Yeah. So Mr. Bernard Chan said in the panel 1 that there's imminent problem of talent retention in Hong Kong. Do you agree? And what is the extent of the problem? And what can be done to avoid brain drain?
I mean, I can only speak from my university's vantage point. And at this moment, we don't see any issue with talent retention. We are, in terms of recruiting students, not a problem, and retaining our faculty members, also not a problem. But that said, that doesn't mean it won't change, right? Anything in physics 101, you know that for something to move, you have either push or pull or both. So I think if we want to monitor or make sure that things only come in and not go out, we got to balance the push and pull. And likewise, if we want to keep status quo, we also have to balance the push and pull. So I do think that in terms of talent retention, at this moment, we don't see any problem. And I think actually the pandemic may, in fact, shake things up to such an extent that Hong Kong or any other place in the world may suddenly become more attractive. So at this moment, nothing to worry about. So just let the questioner know.
I believe
we have about the retention of talent in Hong Kong. Is that correct? I'm sorry, we dropped off for a minute.
Yes. So I think.
Okay. So, Rocky, I wonder if we can go back to you were making a point before we lost you on agency and motivation and problem solving, and I wanted to turn to Andreas. This is a theme that came up a lot with our laureates, that for kids to really learn well, they need to be somewhat in control of their learning agenda. They need to be able to connect what they're learning to their everyday problems or big challenges. You've been working on this at OECD too. Can you share a few of your thoughts with us?
Yeah, that agency is really important, that empowerment over what I learn, how I learn, when I learn, where I learn. But it's not just the individual agency and problem solving. It is also, and I think Rocky pointed to this, the co-agency. Can I work with people who are different from me? Can I actually, see the bigger picture? And I wanted to just give an example. In 2015, in our PISA assessment, we assessed collaborative problem-solving skills, not whether students can solve problems on their own, but whether they could, share ideas, solve problems together, and so on. When we did that to students, they were very puzzled. Well, we never were asked to do this in school, so how can we actually start? So some students took, 15 minutes to figure out, what a collaborative problem-solving exercise is. Which really shows we do not do a lot of project-based kind of collaborative learning activities where you develop that co-agency. When the results came out for teachers were puzzled and said, well, why do we assess collaborative problem-solving skills? We are not, teaching those kinds of skills. And when we showed those results to policymakers, we got the very same reaction. When I basically said, oh, all really nice, but, shouldn't students first learn to solve problems on their own? And I think if we want to create a more collaborative culture in our societies, we have to start very, very early on. Those mindsets that are behind collaboration, that you see shared value, they're actually built very, very early on. And it was a really startling experience for us. That school is very much geared towards, individual skills, individual problem-solving skills. And on the agency part, you see good examples. But on the more collaborative social parts, I think we are at the very beginning. We could learn a lot from kindergarten, actually. Often we think, kindergarten, we push school down to smaller children, but actually, among the youngest children, we can see a lot of, first initiative, creativity, agency, co-agency. And then in school, we sort of make people more compliant with established ways of thinking. We take things away. No surprise that 15-year-olds, according to our assessment, are less creative than 10-year-olds. That's actually, that is the reality. But I think we need to create deliberate and intentional spaces for students to collaborate, for teachers to collaborate. It's one of the hallmarks of high-performing education systems that you have, a combination of professional autonomy and a collaborative culture among teachers. But even at the system level, our schools all operate in isolation. They are not, knowing what's going to happen in the school down the street. So I think that is a systems question that we really need to address.
And Sobi, I think with the kinds of challenges that you raise in your report, it's I can't even imagine solving them without kids that are engaged, creative, collaborating.
No, absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, I mean, really the first recommendation in terms of pedagogies is around cooperation, collaboration, and solidarity. And interesting what you're saying, Andreas, on the collaborative problem solving, because a pedagogy of solidarity and cooperation is opposed to what we are, our established practices, which are individual learning trajectories. They are based on competition, grading, evaluation is competitive, selection, and ranking. So moving in that direction of more collaborative learning, more collaborative problem solving, would have a number of implications. And I'm thinking in particular assessment. Assessment of learning is always a strategic lever. And if we've, perhaps one of the innovations, if we may call it an innovation in what we've seen in some contexts in the past year and a half or over a year and a half, has been great in, importance or recognition of formative assessment, In the cases and out of necessity, in cases of summative and high stakes examinations, they have been replaced by continuous assessment. And I think assessment, if we are moving in the direction of collaborative, I'm thinking technology. With the digital divide, we're often thinking one learner, access to one device. But there's also innovation that can be had around group work and collaborative work around one connected device, and to move away from the logic, this individualized logic that we have in education, including in the way we are approaching very often the question of the digital divide. So I do think assessment, as a strategic lever, and introducing more collaborative forms of assessment would, have a domino effect in the way we teach and we organize learning and set up our learning environments.
Yeah, and I think physical.
Can I ask you?
Sorry, if I may just
go ahead.
very quickly. Yeah, I agree to what you just said, and I just wanted that the physical environment sometimes also is very, very critical. So, for example, in the public schools in Hong Kong, students sit in rows, one row after another. So how do you encourage collaboration in that sense? Can you even change the physical environment so it's easier for students to work on projects? Can we change also outside of the classroom environment in school so that there are more areas or pockets of areas whereby students can work together on some other projects? So I think it is the virtual environment, but it is also the physical infrastructure as well.
One area that is actually doing quite well is often vocational education and skills. We treat it often as a last resort, but it should become a first choice in the 21st century because it's integrating the world of work and the world of learning. It helps people to work with real people, solve real problems, do things that have real consequences. And actually, I think it holds huge potential to develop precisely the kind of skills that we are talking about, that you do not develop when you sit in rows.
Totally agree. I think the experiential learning part is becoming even more and more relevant in the current world where people are facing all kinds of difficulties. So in our university, we're trying to build in pretty much to as many courses as possible an experiential learning component. It doesn't have to be a whole lot, but it has to be there so that they can see, look, if I learn these things, some of them actually can be used for a particular situation. And it's all cumulative. I think if you just keep doing it, and then the students, again, we're looking for a better future, right? So these students will be, I was going to call them future citizens, but they're actually future villagers at this moment. And so they need to know what they have learned, how it can be applied to a real world setting. And that can only be done through experiential learning. And this is very, very important at this moment.
Young, I want to ask you one question. You have this tremendous influence with the Jockey Club and it's this immense philanthropy or charitable giving that you give. How do you think of all this innovation and pedagogy and infrastructure and technology and dialogue with government? How do you see the role of philanthropy in supporting change?
Seems like a job interview for me, I guess. Huh? I think the way we look at things is, I used to work in a private equity world, so in the direct investment world. So I think the way we would say, we're almost looking at it as a philanthropist or as an investor, right? So you say, what are the issues that we try to address? What are the burning issues for the society, for the community? And then we then really decide or discuss on the potential theories of change. And then you deploy everything you have, whether it's technology, whether it's a certain kind of social innovation, whether it's through a series of partnership, with business, with academia, with the government, and etc. I think the beauty of the Hong Kong Jockey Club in Hong Kong anyway is that we are really a trusted platform. So we're not government, there is no political agenda. We are not NGOs. We don't need to raise funds. In fact, we bring money to the table. We are, we're not academia. With all due respect, Professor, we don't have the urge to publish papers, right? But then, therefore, it somehow makes us a very good partner to work with. So I guess to us, as long as we keep an open mind and be ready to deploy, all the different tools in hand and the cutting-edge tools globally available, then I think that's what we do day in and day out.
Thank you. Well, this has been a tremendously interesting panel, and I think we've taken it from the very high level of right down to what do we need to do to promote change on the ground in Hong Kong, and how do we shape that dialogue going forward. And I want to thank our audience for their questions, and I want to thank our guests, our panelists, for so generously sharing their insights and their thoughts. You've helped us truly to imagine a better future for education and to understand the steps we need to take to get there. And Andreas, I want to give you a special thanks. You just walked off an airplane, I understand. In fact, are doing this for us from the airport in Seoul. So a big round of applause and thank you to all of you. And congratulations on your report, Sobi, and everyone going forward. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to our panelists, and of course to Dr. Thomas for leading the Q&A, and to all of you, both in the room and online, for posing your questions. We're going to be taking our second tea break of the afternoon. This one will go until 5:35, so please keep an eye on the time, and we'll start again promptly at 5:35. We'll see you then. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting shortly, so at this time, we invite you to take your seats once again here in the ballroom. And for those of you joining online, please get ready to switch your equipment back on. We will be starting our fourth and final panel shortly. So ladies and gentlemen in Hong Kong, please take your seats at this time. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we do invite you to take your seats because we would like to get things going again so that we can stay on schedule. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. For our fourth and final panel discussion, we'll explore global and China perspectives on learning through play. This is a pre-recorded session. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Zhao Meng. She's a research advisor at the Yidan Foundation. Prior to that, Dr. Meng served as the Dean of JD FinTech Research Institute, the Chief Economist and Vice Dean of Tencent Research Institute, and Deputy Secretary of Tencent Foundation. Dr. Meng will introduce the panelists herself. I turn things over.
Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to the last session. I'm Meng Zhaoli. I'm research advisor for Yidan Foundation, and also I'm the moderator for this session. The theme for this session is learning through play, global and China. Why we want to start this project is actually in 2019. Sir Fazal Abedin won Yidan Prize for his work in learning through play model. At that time, we realized that for the general audience in China, the learning through play concept is not so popular compared with other countries. because we Chinese people believe that, as the ancient Chinese proverbs say, 吃得苦中苦，方为人上人. It's like in English, it's like no pain, no gain. Study should be hard, should be difficult, should be painful in nature. But how wonderful it would be if our children could learn things through play. So that's why we cooperate with LEGO Foundation on this project. We find the established researcher in this field, and we want them to help us to get the general perception of China's learning through play. And we want them to help us to find the challenges in implementing learning through play. Now, let me introduce our honored guest. The first is Dr. Bo Stern-Thompson. He is chair of learning through play in LEGO Foundation. Second is Professor Kathy Hirsch-Pasek. She is Stanley and Deborah Lefkowitz Professor of Psychology at Temple University and Senior Fellow, Brookings Institute. The third is Professor Shang Junjie. He is Executive Director of the Lab of Learning Science in Beijing University. And the last is Professor Yang Rui. He is Associate Dean of Faculty of Education in Hong Kong University. Now, let's start. What is LEGO's belief of learning through play and why it is so successful?
Thank you very much. And also just want to say thank you for organizing this fantastic conference here with the Yidan Prize. And thank you for the researchers to be part of the conversation. I'm very excited because you will hear some of the new insights that is beginning to evolve from our collaboration. And I think there's a quite clear reason why we speak to governments around the world, and many partners are interested in learning through play. And the first reason is, I think across the LEGO entities, we have a particular aim. And our aim is to inspire and develop the children who are going to become the builders of tomorrow, literally the ones who are going to rebuild the world. So having that in mind, that children are the ones we need to do the best for, children and young people, to grow up, to shape the future, to shape the world, is quite important. The second one is, given the world we're living in right now, with more change, more uncertainty, there's actually a need not only for knowledge, but a different set of skills, a way to apply this knowledge. So in our work, the aspiration is to think about how do we support children to be creative, to be engaged, and to keep learning, to be lifelong learners. And that means they need to solve problems, they need to keep being motivated and equipped to learn new things because jobs change. And that's where it requires to be open-minded, to be curious, and have a playful approach to how one learns, to keep learning new things. And lastly, what seems to be coming up in our approaches is that it's not only a belief any longer. It's not only an approach, it's actually something that's being investigated across the international research community. So we now see that there's a science that is emerging that illustrates that these abilities that are critically important for children happens when children are physically active and when they are engaged in quality, hands-on, meaningful experiences. And what we need is an international community that actually help us rethink our education systems to be much more holistic. And where we now can see that parents and schools and communities are beginning to apply these ideas. So there's no kind of differences between how we learn and the opportunity to be actively engaged and enjoy the learning environment. Actually, it's so critical in the times we live in right now.
Okay, thank you very much, Bo. My second question to you is that why LEGO Foundation is interested in looking at learning through play in China with Yidan Foundation?
That's a very good question. And I'll start with the obvious one, that the LEGO Foundation and the Chen Yidan Foundation shares the same aspiration for the future. We share the same aspiration and the need to reimagine learning and use that to reimagine learning based on the science of how children learn, children's development, their creativity and play, to build this broader skill set. The second one is that we also recognize that we need to collaborate and learn much more from each other. So the biggest players and across all sectors needs to come together to form stronger connections. between the research and the practices and work together globally to be able to pull together the research communities and learn from each other in different parts of the world, because that's what we need as a community, a new kind of education. And finally, what we also see as a shared interest here is that we can see a much stronger intersection between the school, the home, and the community. So the research interest around forming an ecosystem around the child, where we need to invest much more in understanding the role of the physical environment and how new technologies are changing these environments in new ways.
Thank you very much. It's very honored to work with your foundation together. Okay, so our next guest is Professor Cassie. So Cassie, I know that you are an established researcher in this field, and you have done many research about learning through play in different countries, including Eastern and Western countries. Just for general audience, it's difficult for them to distinguish playing and learning through play. Just for them, play is quite easy to identify, but what is learning through play? So what is the definition of learning through play, and what should we know about learning through play?
Well, thank you so much for asking this great question. And I just want to tell you how very excited I am to be here today. And I also want to congratulate the winners of the Yidan Prize this year, because it is quite an honor. It seemed to us when we started on our research adventure, and it's very much a global adventure, that to succeed in the modern economy, what Bo was talking about, it changing the education system, is an absolute essential. There's now a great divide between what the business leaders are telling us and what we're seeing on the ground in education systems. So to succeed, we need to teach in the way that human brains learn. And we need to master a suite of skills that includes content, but is so much more than content. And so we came upon playful learning, this international movement that promises to change education, not just in the classroom, but also out of school as well. And it is built on the science of how children learn and what they need to learn. So what do we mean by that? For how children learn, if we went across all the scientific papers that have been written to date, we would find there's certain characteristics. And those characteristics coalesce in play. You should be active, not a passive learner, engaged, not distracted, meaningful, not disconnected. It's better when we learn in social environments. We can learn solo, but we learn so much more with other people when it's iterative and when it's joyful. And we also have a sense of what the children need to learn today to succeed in the business world of tomorrow. Yes, content is important, but also we know we need collaboration, working in teams, communication, critical thinking, that creativity that Bo was talking about, and confidence. If we put the how and the what together, how you learn and what you need to learn with a clear learning goal, you have playful learning. Now, it turns out the playful learning in the classroom is catching on around the world. In Canada, for example, they wrote, the purpose of our program is to establish a strong foundation for learning and to do so in a safe and caring, play-based environment. That's from the Ministry of Education. And you can see this happening all over the world. We're also seeing changes in the way people think about playful learning outside of the classroom. In this global phenomenon, people are talking about child-friendly cities and towns. And we're literally transforming transportation hubs like bus stops and train stations into playful learning architecture, where people can grow their minds and grow their enjoyment together while they're waiting for the bus. Life-size board games. The evidence supporting this data is enormous, thousands and thousands of papers. But to get here, we're going to need attitude change, we're going to need educational policy, and we're going to need city policy. And when we looked at parents in China and in the United States and ask, do you see overlap? When you hear about going to the zoo, tumbling on a bed, watching educational television, is it play or is it learning? Is there overlap? And what about the things that are needed to support playful learning? Parent support, access, location, materials, and joy. Are they separate or do they overlap? What we found is that on the activities, in China, there was a 78% overlap in what activities parents thought was play and learning. They were starting to converge. In the United States, 95%. When we asked what you need to support it, parents didn't feel that play and learning was as closely aligned in China, but in the United States, they did. So when I look across the global map, I actually think that policy in China is beginning to lead the way toward playful learning. I think it's very exciting that there's a national 5-year plan that aims to create child-friendly cities. And in those cities, we can create them as playful learning cities where children are engaging with caregivers to be learning and to be stimulated as they wait at those bus stops. There's a policy of reducing homework and extracurricular classes, leaving time for playful learning. And time limits on online gaming for children are another step forward. So both in and out of school, if we look across the science and we look across the community, we see that playful learning holds the promise of reimagining education so all kids will thrive in the economy of the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, my next question is our Yidan Prize laureate, Sir Fazal Abedin, founder of BRAC. He devotes his life's works to the learning through play model. So if we want to implement learning through play in school and beyond, then what are the challenges?
So I think the challenges are really in helping to change parental attitudes and behaviors. When parents and business leaders and community leaders and ministries of education begin to understand that through learning through play and playful learning, children will not only have the content outcomes that we desire, but so much more, I think they will embrace it right away. And the policies that the Chinese are putting into place are going to go a long way to helping China get there early.
Okay. Thank you very much. So our next guest is Professor Xiang Junjie. So my first question to you is that I know your team has done extensive research into the perception of learning through play in China. You have more than 2,000 samples, covers 6 provinces in the first tier and second tier cities. So maybe could you please share what is your key findings?
The first question. Okay, we did a survey regarding LTP in China and collected data through questionnaire, interview, and observation. 4 to 5 grade students in primary schools are our main samples, along with their teachers and parents. We gathered the data from 7 big cities of central and eastern China, such as Beijing and Shenzhen. Next, I will introduce our key findings on the perception and attitude, space, technology, and challenges. The first is the perception and attitude. The results show that most students, teachers, and parents from middle-class families recognize the idea of LTP. Students recognize the concept of LTP greatly more than educational games. Comparing to the positive attitude to the idea of LTP, about half teachers and parents keep neutral attitude to its effects on learning. In addition, some parents still keep doubts about LTP. Firstly, 46% of parents think that the efficiency of LTP is still not high enough. A similar percentage of parents regarded LTP as plain digital device to learn, so they think LTP may hurt their children's eyesight or lead to game addiction. 40% of parents think they have low capacity of guiding children to play and learn well, and they also lack time and appropriate tools. The second is the space. We found that there are 4 types of LTP space. They are home, communities, schools, and venues refer to the museums, parks, stadiums, and business palaces. Totally speaking, current LTP space of China shows some core characteristics: flexible and open, rich resource and technology, social interaction, and activities-supported learning. Home and city cultural space are most commonly used LTP space. Regarding children's favorite LTP place, the proportions of outdoor subject parks and LTP projects in malls are the biggest, followed by science and technology museums and school space. Boys like science and technology museums more than girls, while girls like home and school space more than boys. The third is the technology. Now, technology-supported LTP become more and more popular in China. According to our survey, almost all parents or families bought at least one digital device for their children, and the original aim is to help them learn online. PIs are the most commonly used tools to support digital LTP, followed by smartphones. Emerging information technologies are gradually welcomed by children. Boys like learning robots and game machines more than girls in LTP.
Okay, thank you. My second question is that, in your opinion, what are the key challenges of implementing learning through play in China?
The second question. For the challenges, the first is to solve parents' worry about eyesight damage and game addiction. Secondly, teachers' instruction design abilities of LTP in classroom need to be improved. And they also need more support from schools and educational administrative departments. Thirdly, we also found that many students encountered interpersonal relationship issues among LTP. 30.7% of students reported the issues of verbal attack, and 28.67% of students encountered interpersonal alienation in LTP. Even more, 19.34% of students experiences aggressive behaviors in LTP. The next challenge is the health development of LTP industry, which needs more supervision, collaboration, and guidance. For example, how to evaluate the quality of educational games and classify them. Finally, I want to say, well-designed LTP has great potential to make children's learning more interesting, more engaging, and more effective. Of course, this needs the joint efforts from families, schools, and society.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next guest is Professor Yang Rui. My first question is that, how has learning through play developed in Hong Kong? How long has it taken for learning through play to gain traction in Hong Kong?
Okay, thank you, Jolly. First and foremost, thank you for having me here on this very important theme. Please also allow me to express my gratitude and appreciation to Yidan Foundation and to Professors Kathy and Junjie. I did read your slides. I tremendously enjoyed them. Thank you very much. As for Hong Kong situation, the scenario is indeed complex and multi-layered. Let me try to be brief here. In Hong Kong, the importance of play has been stressed for at least over 3 decades, actually fairly long. And this is viewed widely as something good. Okay. For example, Hong Kong kindergarten teachers generally believe that play is natural instinct and numerous positive emotions are attached with play. They also widely agree that play has a cognitive, language, physical, and social emotional benefits for young learners. So this is very much in line with the international literature. However, I want to say, although there have been many achievements in various aspects and also on different levels, our overall reality is far from satisfactory. In general, theoretical understanding of LTP is still, in my eyes, fairly low. And even worse is how we can implement, how we do in practice. For many of our frontier teachers, even they have a positive view, they often find it difficult to implement. And indeed, research repeatedly shows that Hong Kong young children suffer from emotional and mental problems. Contributing factors, of course, are many, including home. We have very, very, very limited space, okay? Generations stay together within a very small box, many families. And so, including family, school, and the wider community. But in my eyes, more fundamentally, this is mainly due to Hong Kong's competitive culture and the corresponding exam-oriented schooling. At present, there is an urgent need for more concerted efforts, mentioned by others also just now, between frontier teachers and education researchers, the government, and the wider community. At the moment, such coordination and integration is still very much lacking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So based on those kind of circumstances, then what is your suggestions to Hong Kong's education area? How can Hong Kong leverage the power of learning through play in education in the near future?
Thank you. This is much more subjective, my own view. Well, first of all, I think we need to create an environment. I think Kathy and Junior both mentioned this earlier. If the environment allows our children, our young learners, to fully develop their strengths, each individually and differently. This sounds a cliche. It is very important. It is not the fact in Hong Kong. Let me emphasize this. So we must give priority to our young children's interest and their joy. Secondly, children are born to learn through play, and learning is broad, interconnected, and dynamic. They should be encouraged. I mean, young children should be encouraged to interact much more among themselves and also with the community. Hong Kong adults need to spend much more time and have many more activities with children. Thirdly, Hong Kong is a highly technologized community. We can make better use, much more use, and more positive use of technology. Combine technology with playful learning approaches in many creative ways. Finally, I want to emphasize this as an education researcher, another observation. Zoli mentioned earlier the Chinese culture. And Kathy also mentioned in a different way. One major reason for our teachers to feel difficult to implement LTP is the incompatibility of Western and Chinese ideas of education and children. We are all familiar with Munche's famous saying, heaven is going to give a great responsibility to someone. It first makes his mind endure suffering. So such a view continues to be influential in our society, and I would personally argue it should be. However, traditional Chinese culture tends to credit nurture over nature in human learning and achievement. Here, I'm not saying which one is more true or better. What I really want to emphasize is that incompatible nature creates difficulties for our educators at almost all levels. And this, I think, it is an arduous task to get this mix correct. We're not there yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So my last question go back to Bo again. This is our last question for this session. So Bo, based on our preliminary results of this project, then what's your advice to parents and practitioners looking to use learning through play technique in China?
Yes, thank you. It was very interesting to listen to the different perspectives. And actually, I realized that some of the things we forget is that as adults, we are educated in a very different reality that we are in right now. Our memory of our own learning is not necessarily the best starting point for how we educate future generations. So when I reflect on what the insights here are being shared is the growing evidence of how children learn through play is when they're actively engaged in hands-on experiences. They don't learn when they're passive. They don't learn if they don't enjoy the experiences and don't enjoy the learning environment. So we have environments around us, not only in the school, but in the communities outside, which we can activate to stimulate multiple senses where children really deeply understand things. And I think we can achieve learning in such environments, but we may not be able to help children learn faster, but we are able to help children remember things for longer, and be able to help children better understanding much more complex concepts. And they're much better able to apply that knowledge to solve real problems. And they're better able to be motivated to keep learning. So there's so many more benefits to think about that natural way of engaging children where they want to keep on learning, not only the short-term benefits. If you look at what I hear also in terms of parents and their role, it's pretty amazing to hear that the play and learning is beginning to converge. There's still quite a distance in our attitudes and understandings. But if we begin to understand that there is a need for parents and children to engage in shared interest, then it's also about figuring out what parents and children enjoy doing together. Because parents who engage in playful experiences with their children, they actually have better relationships with their children. They also, have better well-being. And they also have lower stress and increased flexibility. So there's benefits for parents and children to play and learn together. And then I think it's, I'm very focused, and I think it's a very good challenge to think about how teachers can apply this. Because teachers are doing a remarkable job, and it's becoming much more complex world to be a teacher in. But we need to help teachers with practical examples to demonstrate this. And what I think stand out here in the dialogue is that we need much better collaborations between the school, the parent, and the community, because there are so many opportunities for teachers to take children to the museums, to the outdoor, to solve real practical problems that exist in the community and use them as examples in the classroom. So it's opening the eyes and opportunities to what are the resources in the ecosystem around us. And finally, I would say it is deeply concerning and important to think about the role of technologies and really carefully think about what actually works for children's learning. So we're not implementing technologies that are passive and distracting, but actually find new standards for the ways technologies can be used for learning through play.
Okay, thank you very much, both. Thank you for all the honored guests for your sharing. It's very inspiring. So let's go to the Q&A session now.
Thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you, Dr. Meng, for leading the discussions. We'll move on to our Q&A. At this time, we welcome Professor Yang Rui and Mr. Edward Ma on stage to lead conversations with Professor Kathy Hirsch-Pasek, Dr. Zhenjie Shang, Dr. Bo Stern-Thompson, and Dr. Jolly Meng.
Thank you very much, all the great speakers. We are fortunate to have speakers joining us live. We are in a good time zone, good time difference. So welcome. To Bo, to Kathy, to Professor Shang, and also Professor Yang joining us in person in Hong Kong. So the first question actually coming from the audience is, I guess I'll go in reverse order if I may go to Professor Yang first. The audience asked this question, so how is the notion of learning through play compatible with exam-focused education systems in Asia? And if I may, after Professor Yang, I'll go to Professor Shang and then to Bo and Kathy. Thank you.
It's really, it's really a difficult question. Maybe you can help me. I really want to apologize. I didn't realize I look that bad when I look at myself. Maybe the real person looks even worse. Anyway, but let me say, this is really a difficult question. As I'm getting older, I'm more interested in this. You know, every day we have so beautiful, many important theories. They're often developed in different parts of the world. And when we often simply take those theories and we try to apply them directly in our schools. It's actually very, very, very difficult. But we don't always realize where the difficulty is, how to solve the difficulty. It's actually very, very difficult. Let me explain a little bit. Can I just start more broadly and ask you to reflect a few things? One is, do you think when I say we, it's Asian or Chinese people more specifically, we have the same concept of happiness, 快乐 or pleasure, 愉快 with Anglo-Saxon people or Western people? And that's the first question. The second question is, do you think, as ordinary Chinese or Westerner, which one do you think is happier in general? Okay. The third is, well, particularly for the philosophers, philosophers and great thinkers. I'm going to say the third one is, the third one is when, between the East Asian and Western, let's say Anglo-Saxon societies, those people. And when they lose their loved ones, which people can get rid of the pain, can recover more swiftly? And the first question, I cited these three because at least two of them have really well based on research. The first one, how Chinese people define happiness or pleasure. It's actually a wonderful study by a California university. She wrote a book called the China Pleasure Book. It's a wonderful book. And she has said something which we Chinese people do not realize. And she said, how Chinese people define pleasure. We talk about learn through play. We want that fun, But how we define pleasure? And what's the opposite to pleasure in the Chinese society? She finds the opposite is instability, uncertainty, rather than pain. Okay, rather than pain. So that's one. It's a famous book. We Hong Kong U Library has this book. The second one is my own personal observation for a long, long time. When I was a sophomore student, I raised the question, which one is happier? If you go to Peking University philosophy department, 80 years old, they say you are a young man or young woman. They live very, very long. Professors in Chinese, in Peking University philosophy department. They are good thinkers, and they live very long, and they are happy. Nearly overwhelmingly, all of them are happy. If you look at many famous great minds in the West, they are almost mad They're almost mad often. They're very painful. I'm not saying which one is better, okay? I'm saying this kind of thing. And look, I can give you many examples if I had more time, but it's really not accidental. It's really not accidental. And I think many more we need to explore there. Another one is which one can recover from the loss. It's actually East Asian people. It's actually East Asian people because we are relational more, and we can change. People can help us. We can get support from people close to us. So I want to emphasize we do have different understanding. You know, maybe we do not understand so deeply these kind of issues, but all these traditions influence the way we think, the way we live our life deeply. So because of this difference, we just cannot simply take the great theories to our society and our classroom and just take it for granted that will work. Okay, pedagogy and learning are hugely contextualized. Therefore, so we have in Hong Kong, I cannot provide answers. We have many issues. Okay, so to learn through play is really difficult in Hong Kong to implement. I support the idea, but we need much more work, theoretical work, I mean, to find where the difficulty is. Maybe Yidan Foundation can help us more.
Thank you, Professor Yang.
Yeah, thank you.
Professor Shang, would you like to build on that?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. For this question, I think this is a very challenging question, and it's very difficult. I think I can only give you 4 suggestions. First, we need to know that the online learning and life is the trend in the future. What we can do is to accept it and follow the trend instead of rejecting and resisting it. Otherwise, our children will be out of the times. Second, as the parents and teachers, we also need to learn and research the online learning and life. For example, we need to know the positive and negative values of the games. Which kinds of games are useful for children's learning, and how children should play games to learn more and learn effectively. Third, we need to guide our children how to learn and live online. To be specific, we can help them develop the abilities of information literacy, time managing, and self-regulated strategies. Finally, it's better to learn and play together with our children. For example, try to play a game with children, and you will obtain many opportunities to communicate with children and provide more support for them in this process. In this way, children would learn more effectively and more happily. In Chinese, 让孩子们学习得更科学、更快乐、更有效。Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Shang. And Bo and Kathy, do you have anything to add on your observations on collaborating with researchers and practitioners in Asia, I suppose?
Bo, do you want me to go first, or you? Yes, I think you raise a very interesting and important question about the way researchers communicate with practitioners and teachers and educators, and by the way, city policy and government policy. And I think that learning through play is so powerful as a deep learning system. And by that, I mean a learning system where we hold on to the information and can then transfer the information to a new context and situation. That's at least the way we define learning in the academic context, in the science. So I think what we're really confronted with here is the question of what counts as success. And as scientists, it is our obligation to provide the world not with specific things you must do now, but with a responsive,
culturally responsive, scientifically adaptable set of principles which will allow us to work with teachers and suggest that a change in mindset of how we teach can happen without changing what we teach. Now, we've actually tried this in the United States, in Singapore, and in schools in Japan. And what we find is that you can achieve exactly the same curricular outcomes. Students will do at least as well, if not better, on the outcome tests in a learning through play environment as they do in one that is rote learning, with one big difference, that by having active, engaged, hybrid learning, what you see is that the kids hold on to the information and they can transfer that information and use it in a new context. So where do we go from here? I think it's a matter of helping to show people these results. So it's a matter of changing attitudes toward play. And that's what we are studying right now with the Yidan Foundation and the Lego Foundation. And what we do find is, you are right, that right now the attitudes are farther apart in China than they are in other parts of the world. That is, in China, we think of play and learning as very different. We have to start to see the way in which these interact. I think the next thing we have to do is we have to have policies that allow us to see that education is no longer trapped in a classroom, that it goes beyond the walls of a classroom into the community and hence into our policy. So China's Child-Friendly Cities initiative, I think, is going to be a very exciting way to blend the school and out-of-school experiences and to use the science of learning through play to achieve that.
Thank you. And Bo?
I just add, it is a very important question, and particularly right now where we see a need to scale these approaches. But I think what stands for me is that we have to look at what unites us as humans across different cultures. There actually something we have in commonality, that our emotional well-being and our joy of learning new things, even when they're difficult, and how we are most beneficial to society is actually intersecting between playing and learning, which is a natural part of how we learn, but that it looks very different in different cultures. There's not only one way to do that. So I think that's the most important that I see, that there's a science, there's a natural human development process where you actually play and learn through exploration and you're being creative, but there's not one way to do that. The different communities can do that in different ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, we are receiving a lot of questions. I wish we have more time, but I'll have to go to all other speakers on maybe a short answer. What would you attribute to being maybe the major barrier to implementing learning through play in your experience? Who would like to go first? Just a quick.
I'll go by saying that I think what we have found in our research is that people really don't understand that when a child is playing a game and is counting out the spaces of how far to go, they're really doing mathematics. And they don't understand often that there's a link, a quintessential link between play and learning. I think if we can help people see that link, it will open our eyes to the possibilities of a much richer world with a suite of outcomes that will prepare children for the 21st century.
Thank you. Any other thought?
I certainly, I entirely agree with what has been said. I think the link is much more difficult theoretically and practically than we usually think. But we have to do a lot of good work on that, you know, and that's, in my eyes, fairly urgent. Yeah.
Professor Sang?
Okay. My major is the learning science and game-based learning. I think we should pay more attention to the digital games and research how to use the games in our education, because the children very, very like the games. Thanks.
Thank you. And Bo, finally?
Yeah, I think it's really about a collaboration between stakeholders, I see. It's very important, as was mentioned in the research, we communicated clearly the value and outcomes towards parents and demonstrated at the same time as governments recognize that there's a broader outcomes. Emotional well-being, social emotional, creativity and learning is not against each other. Actually, it strengthens each other, these types of skills. These are the two most important things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all wonderful panelists for today. And thank you, audience, for all your questions.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And to Edward, thank you very much. Now, we have covered a lot of ground in our discussions today, and many thanks for your time and attention. And I think this is a good time, once again, to thank all of our panelists throughout the day and the Yidan team as well. I know to put together a conference like this, spanning different locations and spanning different time zones is not easy at all. So let's give them all a round of applause. All right, now to wrap up our afternoon, let's welcome Professor Cheng Kai-ming, conveyor of the Yidan Prize Advisory Committee and Emeritus Professor at the University of Hong Kong, to the stage to share some closing remarks. Professor Cheng, please.
Thank you. Let me join the others in congratulating the Yidan Laureates 2021. It's really a feast of food for thought. And they have brought us to the frontiers of education, research, and education development. So it is eye-opening. I don't pretend that I can add to their wisdom. I can only say that I'm inspired by all these presentations. And I'm not so sure it's due to engineering. You find that the 4 sessions are moving from COVID to the future, right? From learning loss to learning beyond schools, and then to future systems, and then to play. You notice in the last session, nothing is mentioned about COVID at all, right? And it is not deliberate, but it is just, COVID is, well, I would say, a distraction. Destruction nowadays is taken both negative and positive. And it is damaging, but it is almost speeding up the change in society, change in the world, which would otherwise take decades in a few months. And this perhaps reminds us that everything, people are talking about change in business, change in office space, change in production strategies, change in logistics, and so on and so forth. But what is going to change in education? And it is obvious that education cannot stay as it is. But education is such a strong institution, right? It takes a long journey before it can really change to cope with the new society. This is my takeaway from this. But Yidan Prize is really to do something on education so that it can contribute to future society or shaping the future society. And I think this summit is a demonstration of the ultimate purpose of Yidan Prize. May I end up by, on behalf of the Yidan Prize family, we have a family, right? To thank everyone who has contributed to this summit, the laureates, the speakers, but we have also to thank the Secretariat. You can't imagine how much they have done to make this happen with such a small number of people. We also have to thank the technology help we get from other parts of society. So thank you very much, and we look forward to Yidan Prize 2022. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cheng, for your wonderful words and to close our summit for us so nicely. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of you both here in Hong Kong and for those joining us from around the world. Now, your feedback is very important to us, so please take a few minutes to complete the brief survey about today's sessions. Also, nominations for the 2022 Yidan Prize are now open. To learn more, please visit our website. And a final closing note for guests who will be joining us at the ceremony later, please proceed down to the third floor. That's